Hello, everyone. Don't have a game yet, but I am prepared to cast. There it is. Got the PTR on the chat channel, and waiting for some game to be available. Dimitri's sitting on top of the cat tree. So no cat cam. Looks like Max Pax versus Hero Marine might be the one that everyone's going to get into. Hero versus Harsum could happen. The winner of that would face Beyond. So that seems one or the other. I mean, PvT is going to be the big topic, so... Either way, we eventually get to a PvT. I mean, according to Beyond forgot the mod. We're just gonna jump into Beyond. I mean, nothing really changed with Vikings, or nothing changed with Terran except Vikings. But Beyond will probably win, and then we'll go in to face well, actually, it doesn't make sense to get into this game. Because we don't know what's happening with Hero Marine or Max Pack Shameless. I mean, something to do anyway. Alright, let's just jump into this. I imagine it's 1-0 in Beyond's favor. But, you know, don't want to assume. So I'll just leave it blank. I guess I haven't talked today yet. Whoop, that's not it. StarCraft 2 public test. That's very confused. Do a whole spiel about what's going on here in a second. Once I got everything figured out. Oh, this is okay. I see. I'm basically missing a scene. Let me name Castle. Ah. Tiny grub. All right. Is that good? Is anyone going to be really bothered by that? Okay. It's going to have to be good enough. We are in a game. Oh, that is apparently getting heated very quickly. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and jump into it while the game's still going anyway, because it's going to be, well, I don't know if it's going to be over soon, but it could be. Obviously, Nicaract here is going for a 2-ride. No, that's a third barracks coming down. All right, so this is very all-in. This is do or die, so this is going to be a short game. And, well, fortunately for Nicaract, Beyond is 1-racks expanding, but he is scouting, so that's, I mean... Honestly, you don't see the 3-racks very often, so I don't really know how to put this. But if it was a 2-racks, basically you could say, hey, Beyond really had to mess up his build and has to really over-defend. Well, he has to defend a lot initially before he's truly settled. So that's a big commitment. You've already forced a difference. A little mistake there too is Beyond built a barracks on a factory. But with the 3 racks, I mean, this goes from Beyond kind of having to give a little to defend appropriately to as long as Beyond defends, he probably wins. I would think. But again, you don't see 3 racks that often. Already, Beyond with a very appropriate response. I mean, I don't know what Nicarak did in the last game, but this would be, I would say, a pretty appropriate response to a 2 racks as well. It might be seen as somewhat over-defending, but in the case of a 3rd row, yeah, he did kill the last Reaper. In case of a 3 racks, I mean, definitely built the 2 bunkers. But yeah, he didn't know which way it was coming in from, so I think a bunker on either side was very appropriate, again, no matter which one it was. In the case of the 3 racks, which I feel like at this point, Beyond will probably figure out that it's a 3 racks. Again, survival is just what you have to do here. SCV's being pulled in, looking to corral the Reapers. Not going to get that chance, however. And I was just trying to buy time. And if he knows the 3 racks, he knows that he can give like a decent amount of SCVs. Apparently 8 before they even settle. To be close to each other. Henley in a lot of trouble, though. Blocked by the SCV. That is a mistake right there, but maybe not game ending, as he did manage to kill half of the Reapers. Now he's looking for the last one, which could have gotten away, I was going to say. Yeah, should definitely get away. 7 SCVs do go down, but Beyond still with a 2-worker lead, so this is where it's really complicated. But, I mean, yeah, look, like, this orbital wasn't even built. He was literally on a regular command center. Beyond's SCV probably figured the 3 racks actually with that alone, not when he saw more Reapers than usual. He probably just noticed the command center. Well, that still puts it into a kind of weird position. Just because, I mean, Beyond, well, no, Beyond's the command center is actually finishing. One more chance, I think, for Nicarak to actually do some severe damage to his opponent. Currently supply blocking Beyond is something. At least stops him building more SCVs and getting further ahead in the economy, but he really needs to kill the SCVs. 2 Hellions are going to be tough to deal with. A couple of Marines as well. SCV pool is available, and he can still lose a couple of what really having to give up in this game, and I think that's going to be good enough for Beyond's defense. The 3rd Hellion even joined in, and that was, again, not enough damage. Only 3 SCVs going down that time. 1 Hellion remaining, but so many weakened Reapers, and the last one is going to go down to the Marine, and that is it. Beyond, he does end up holding, and while Nicarak was sort of kind of macroing, if you will, I mean, he knew how dedicated that was. He would have had to have gotten Beyond down to like 10 SCVs. At least, I think. Because Beyond did finish a natural command center. But that is it. That is, I would imagine the series as well, but again, I'm not quite sure. Looks like Hero Harsum started up. And that will be, whoever wins that will face Beyond. If indeed that was a 2-0. So we're just going to be waiting for Max Packs versus Hero Marine, I think. Which I think Indy's waiting for as well. So we'll get ourselves a dose of PvT. Anyway. What are we doing here? What's going on? What the hell is PTR? Is my mic full of cat hair? Yes, it is. It has always been. This is something that people notice the most when I'm casting, but not when I'm streaming. What's up with that? There's no difference. I show the same exact camera. What's up with that? Although it does look like my camera is kind of zoomed out, no? Is that just me? Maybe I forgot that I had cropped it before my restart. I had to reinstall Windows for anyone who was unaware. And it sucked. Oh. Now, Indy's joining, actually, Gerald's Games, who's in the lower bracket, so... Yeah, I have to... Maybe Roddy's casting Max Pax again? Oh, he's casting Hero Marine's game, which is still good enough. Hero Marine versus Art, apparently 1-1. But yeah, the PTR is the public test realm. So... They are trying to get some information about how good the patch is. Microphone and settings, it's not exactly as it was before. Like the last time I streamed, because that's odd. Because I didn't change anything from when I streamed. I mean, is this something that's apparent, or because I changed on Friday, changed the audio, and everyone said it was fine? Is it different from Friday? Prostagma. Is that way? I don't know what would have changed since Friday. No. Just been playing around with hard drives, which I wouldn't imagine affected this. You see my voice should be divine now? I don't know. I still have gross mucus. But, I mean, I don't think my voice sounds that different. But, whatever. Here are true voices. Internal testing of new patches so last century. Well, to be fair, I don't think Blizzard ever really did. Like, I'm sure they internally, tested it, as in, they checked for bugs back in the good old days, because I think they were less buggy back in, 2015, something like that. But they never relied only on internal testing for, the actual implications of a patch, like the balance of it, because no one's good enough at Blizzard. So they kind of have to give it out to the peoples. But yeah, sorry, Swanky, you asked what the general reception of PTR was. I mean, if you go to Reddit, apparently it is the end. It is the biblical end. Fire and brimstone raining from above. No, it's I think people are overreacting. I mean, I feel like actually every patch has gotten worse as far as the Reddit's reaction, and maybe Team Liquid's as well. Team Liquid just isn't. It's not the place to be anymore, is it? Wasn't Kim good enough? People say that he was Grandmaster at the beginning of Wings of Liberty, which I would believe. I think, yeah, he does actually. He's a fair talent when it comes to video games. Like, he was definitely a very good Battle Aces player, right? He beat Parting. Parting's pretty good. But I don't think he kept Grandmaster. I mean, he obviously had other jobs to do, especially as we went into the other expansions. He was less and less the just lead balance designer of StarCraft 2. And there was definitely a couple of masters at Blizzard. I mean, maybe a couple other Grandmasters, but I mean that's still, Grandmaster is not good enough. That's actually the truth. I mean, you got to get the PTR into the hands of pro gamers, as well as everyone else, actually. Because, as much as it is balanced towards professionals, and I think that ultimately is how it should be, I do think there is something to making sure that it's not completely obliterating lower leagues as well. Like, I think there is some middle ground to, yeah, we're going to make sure the pros can't abuse this, because as soon as the pros abuse it, it'll domino effect down the leagues. And, well, this is just the easiest thing that even a bronze player could figure this out and and abuse the hell out of it, But yeah, people think that this is the worst patch, and I just don't think it's that bad actually. I think what's really bad is the bugs, but we've also kind of gotten used to that. Hero vs Hearthstone must be game 2 because Steadfast was in a game. Yeah, thanks Steadfast. Apparently, people remember that I can't change my name on the PTR, so big shout out to the casters and the players for remembering my my handle. Even though this is a PTR downloaded on my main account says ZombieGrub, I cannot change the name that is Egwene on this. And I don't know why. Okay, so first of all, I don't know why it changed to Egwene, because that's not what my main account name is. And then I don't get a rename on PTR. You know, I go to the profile and I'm like, change the name. And then it's like, no, fuck you. Anyway. So we do have a game 2 here. It's a PvP, so not much will have changed. But just getting into it, because the winner of this is going to face Beyond, which we definitely want to be casting. Top right is Hero. Bottom left, is Hearthstone. We are on Tokamak. Map pool hasn't changed yet, although I believe TLMC has had some results. I don't think it's finalized. Something like that. Anywho, we'll get new maps eventually. But yeah, PvP wouldn't have changed very much. I might as well just try and go and find the PTR so I can quickly rattle off all the changes. Here we go. Obviously, PvP. You only have to look at the Protoss changes. And there's no bug fixes for Protoss. Mothership attack range, excuse me, but I don't think we're going to get the Mothership. The Protoss had its energy overcharge grant reduced by half. Its cooldown was reduced, though, as well, so you can do it faster and more often. Cyanic Storm was changed, but you don't see that in PvP. Dark Templar Blink got its attack delay reverted, basically. I think. You wouldn't see that in PvP. No, not Blink. DTs, yes. Blink, no. Surveillance mode now reveals observers and also has more vision because it's revealed. Which could impact PvP, actually. Yeah, it could. But I don't think we're going to get to that far. I don't think we're... Observers seem like a ways off when you see a proxy pylon and a probe still patrolling next to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a proxy robo right there. Maybe a slight chance in that position for a proxy Stargate, but I was expecting the robo. He only got to 100 gas. Just a robo, another Stargate. And the speeds were pretty dedicated. You know, if it was a Stargate, most likely goes over here. Stargate wants fine damage, sometimes in the game, sometimes doesn't. The robo, I mean, it really has to end the game or deal crippling damage to Hero. Don't know what happened last game. Maybe Hero did this to him first. That could happen. Maybe Hearthstone has done back-to-back robo all-ins. That happens all the time in PvP as well. Hero, I will say, the last time I was casting Hero anyway, which to be fair, it's been a while since I've cast, actually. I didn't actually think he was particularly cheesy in PvP. It was actually kind of weird. It took me a while to really come to terms with that. But eventually I was like, you know what? He doesn't actually do it that often. So I'm going to guess, if there was another robo play, it was from Hearthstone. Different position, a slightly different type, you know, the Immortal versus the War Prism one, I don't know. But I think Hero at this point has figured things out. Adept actually even gets into the main base. He's a third gateway, no technology, and while it still could technically be a Twilight Council, I suppose. Yeah, Twilight Council, definitely a Stargate. I mean, I would say, I'm not sure what other indicators there would be for a robo, but maybe the first thing you think of is a robo. 2 probes go down as well to the Adepts getting into the main base, and I mean, there's problems letting the Adept in the main base, like trifold actually. 1, they scout. 2, they deal 2 probe damage, and 3, they do have these stalkers kind of just, you know, doing not what they're supposed. I didn't notice that. I did not notice that. I don't know if Hearthstone noticed that until he ran around a little bit, but I would have died 100% to a couple more Adepts. All right then, but the point is, The Stalkers had to stay at home as well, which means they weren't necessarily being as aggressive as they could. And, ideally, I would say Stalkers, they could get kind of a jump on things, but wow, this is the complete opposite of that. This is Hero jumping on Hearthstone and obliterating this. I mean, this is dead. This is 100% dead, and Hearthstone is going to tap out. GG's. Okay, then. That was, if you do post this to your YouTube as Hearthstone, you don't post it as, this is a good game for me. You post it with the title of, like, here's how Hero absolutely destroyed my 3-gate robo. That was very one-sided, actually. Hot damn. Well, that's a 2-0 from Hero, which means you're going to get to our PVT, which has really been what we're building up to anyway, I guess. So good, we get there faster. Good guy Hearthstone. Either way, that was going to be a quick game. Not that I think he's a good guy for losing, but good guy Hearthstone doing a cheese, so it goes quickly one way or another. I don't understand Mr. Beast, and I never will. That's not true exactly, I suppose. I mean, I've not intended to watch his video, but I've watched it, you know what I mean? Like, autoplay, or someone posted it without Mr. Beast being in the title, so I thought, oh, let's check this out, and then it ended up being Mr. Beast. And when he's talking and moving and doing charitable acts on his video, he's fine. But I can't imagine not knowing who he is or what the content of the video is, and then seeing the thumbnail and then being like, I'm going to click on that face. I'm sorry. Like, he could actually be a really good guy for all I know, but man, he has a creepy ass smile. I mean, it is like the textbook definition of not reaching the eyes. It's actually very creepy. Anywho. Yeah, there's no regions on PTR. I was like, wait, should I be skipping something? Beyond versus Hero, gonna do the vetoes, I assume. Pretty quick, usually. Yeah, very quick. They're already getting into the game. Maganatha. Wait till I'm 13. Till the world restarts. It has been a while. Let's do some predictions. Wins this best of 3, Hero or Beyond? Oof, that's quick. Bottom right it is Hero. Top left it is Maganatha. Hero does send out quick probes very often, to be fair. I don't think it's anything more than just being a bully. There's always a chance, so we're going to follow it. So the PTR, guys, this is the real meat of the PTR. In my humble opinion, and I think it is pretty universally shared, this is a patch that was mostly directed towards PTR, or goddammit, PVT. Yes, Zerg was affected. Yes, some of the things definitely aren't about TVP, like the Seachink being abducted no longer. But it's majorly about PVT. All the examples that could affect PVT coming at you as we watch this probe dance around. Overcharge for Protoss grants half the amount of energy, but it is 15 seconds faster, so you can do it more often. Mothership health points, Mothership or whatever, is reduced. Psionic Storm is a big one. Duration increased from about 3 seconds to 8.5 seconds. That's a very long time. But its damage is reduced from 10 to 5 damage per tick. There's also been a reported bug in that it might not be ticking or something like that. Like, literally, fast units can go through Storm and not be affected. Like, Zerglings will go through and, like, a quarter of them will actually take damage and the rest won't for some reason. I don't know. Then you have medevacs being able to out-heal damage at this point, which obviously there's not a medevac for every unit in the bio army, but it just kind of shows how ineffective the Storm is when you see that. Because, yeah, there's not a medevac in for every single bio unit, but a good Terran, not even a pro Terran, but like even a good Terran will not just stand in the Storm. They will eventually move out, which is now without basically any repercussions. Almost nothing dies. Dark Templar blink attack delay reduced from 0.75 to 0.25, so they don't have as much of a delay when they blink and then attack. And that will affect PvT, because one of the reasons that it was initially even nerfed was because I think Terrans were complaining about their planetary fortresses going down very quickly, which was a fair complaint, but maybe not the solution that we should have gone for. So now, there'll be, again, that's slightly more effective about killing planetaries if the Terran player isn't watching. And then the really big one is that surveillance mode now reveals observers, and their surveillance mode has increased vision, obviously to try and put them in places where they're a little more unreachable because you can see them now. And that is the I mean, Storm and observers are obviously what everyone is talking about because those are pretty big changes. On the side of Terran, Viking cost was reduced by 25-25, which is a pretty big reduction, really. Drilling claws you don't get in PvT, and hyper speed rotors you do not get in. Isn't it hyper flight rotors? Have I been saying it wrong, or okay, whatever? But the Banshee pinwheels also are research faster. I don't know why. I don't actually get that one, but it doesn't really affect PvT. Oh, the two Hellion 3 Reaper opener is worth talking about, and as you can see, it doesn't look like Hero actually saw that coming. The Adept might have missed that. Gun did a great job of hiding it, whatever it is. 7 probes go down, and 2 Reapers are able to escape, which can add even up to 4 probes that are on the line when you're not expecting it. So that is a very good opener for Bjorn. Nothing to do with the recent changes at all, but it's going to put him in a much better position as we go into the mid-game, where we might see those changes. Blink is on the way for Hero. It is going to be a 2-gate, so he was planning on expanding, but taking 7 probes of the damage has really put a crimp in that. I mean, he's actually deciding not to do it anymore by the looks of things, but a gateway coming down this late, that's a call. That is a call. Basically saying you've used a lot of your production time on building those Reapers and Hellions, not adding on the add-ons, not building much more powerful units like tanks and Banshees. Which I said the Banshee speed doesn't come into effect very often in PvT, but hey, look at that. We are going to get it, apparently. And before Cloak as well, which, I don't know. I mean, there's no way that Bjorn would have known this is actually a Robo-list, which did come into some popularity before, I don't know, before EWC, actually. But yeah, this was actually Robo-list. So it looks like Hero, he was not planning on going for a Robo, but then he did see with the Adept, the Starport had a tech lab, and was like, probably a good idea. And he has finally added it on. But, I mean, still, the lack of Observer, even at this moment in time, means that he can't actually see everything that Terran's doing, like where their tanks are repositioning, how many tanks are actually behind the tank that he's going to target. And he can't get up on the high ground unless they had Hallucination, which he can't afford a sentry right now. Well, he could, actually. But he's not going to. So, I mean, that's a lot of options taken away from the blink attack. And so far, this ain't it. This is not it. Even though he got that tank with his last breath, he lost a few Stalkers, lost a lot of health on the remaining Stalkers. And it took too long, frankly, So a second tank is once again about to be out. The Banshee's also still alive with speed. It's very microable. And that does a lot of damage if you don't target it and get it out of the equation. And I think Bjorn has done an excellent job. I mean, for Bjorn, he 100% knew that his opener was going to leave him with that gap with the army missing. And if Hero was preemptively going for a 3 or 4 gate with a Robo with a Warp Prism, that could have been really bad news. Cat tried to jump and he missed. I feel bad for him now. Anyway, so there was a sense of urgency for sure about him getting to the tanks, about him getting to the Banshees. The hyper speed is actually very interesting. I don't know if that's a change that has happened recently, if it's changed because of the patch or what it is, but I mean, it is... I don't know what it originally was. If someone could look that up, that'd be great, because for some reason they didn't include it in the patch notes. But now the research time is 79 seconds. 1 minute and 19 seconds, which, I mean, isn't short, I would say. It's not short. But if it was like 150 seconds before, I don't know. I mean, that would be a pretty considerable buff at the time. Banshees also do arrive, of course. Now, again, they're cloakless. They only got speed. I could see the logic in that to an extent, but I feel like there is this stark reminder happening right now, which is Banshees are glass cannons. They don't... Even if you can micro them really well. I mean, Stalkers are also pretty mobile, and they have Blink, which makes them even more mobile. You know, so, I don't know. The Banshee is definitely good at hit-and-run tactics. If the Stalkers are really out of position, if they have to blink, and then you see them about to blink, like, sure, you could run away. But, yeah, it's not going to do a whole lot. Still, Banshees adding into that probe damage, even just 2 more right there. There you go. That's what you want to be doing every single time, ideally. And that is a lot of damage. Hero's counterattack was very inefficient. Even though there was some delay, obviously, on the Terran side, they had to get to the tanks. They had to get to the Banshees. They had to get that DPS out there. So they didn't get all their barracks and standing combat shields. I mean, Hero, he delayed his third base quite a bit. Obviously, had to replace probes that he was missing. And now is still producing probes. Where in an alternative universe, you know, he would have already had this saturated, actually. Bio Army is now roaming around. Still doesn't have combat shields, but is feeling pretty strong with the size of the army. He does have +1, as Heroes +1 has only just begun. We are getting into a mid-game PvT, not Storm-based, obviously. Oh, the Warp Prism's caught out. Hero not having a very good game at all right now. Woof! But this means we can talk about the patches still, even without Storm. I mean, I would not be surprised, actually, if most Protoss players are looking at this and going, well, the Storm is just useless. I don't actually blame them. I think it's way too severe of a nerf. But anyway, this is a good old classic PvT, so Hero's going with it. Does manage to catch a couple of Marauders. One Marauder, excuse me, a couple of Marines, too. But while that seems like a good start, there's a lot more bio, about to have combat shield, a couple of tanks already, and those Vikings, they don't cost as much. You can get them pretty easily at this point. And with the reactor already ready, 4 medevacs also, that prime number, the base number that you need. I mean, we're going to very quickly get to a decent number of Vikings, covered by 3 tanks, excuse me, we didn't build a third one. Only 2 Colossus, good force fields though, catching those Marauders that were a little bit too far forward. But that is clearly an army that Hero is not going to be able to bully for very long. The Viking number's increasing, the Marauder count's increasing, the tanks are still alive, and even though that choke was very abusable, it's only going to last for a while. So Hero does wisely pull back while he's taking a 4th base, trying to still really recover, I would say, from the early probe deficit, losing 16, and 7 of them very early on in the game. That's tough, but he is on his path to recovery. Tried to delay Bjorn's transition over into his own third as long as possible. And managing to make it look like an even game. 4 Colossus, now the number? Maybe that's going to be the new base number. I mean, it was the old base number, actually. You know, before everyone decided that 3 was good enough. 4 was definitely what you saw Protoss do all the time. Maybe we'll go back to 4. I don't know, his reaction to going into the Storm meta and then being like, okay, Storm's not possible anymore. I don't know. But it obviously getting more Colossus, if they can get more Vikings easier, can make some sense, I suppose. But it's kind of like, makes sense on both sides, doesn't it? If they go more Colossus dependent, easier Viking accumulation also makes it seem better for Terrans, right? I don't know. Maybe 4 is the new number. Maybe 3, and then Hero is just adding it just because. And he will go in Disruptors, as will the rest of them. I mean, without Storm, we're looking at a very familiar game. We just have to remember, like 1.5 years ago, 1 year ago, I don't know. Because Storm was out of the meta for so long. Used only really as a, not cheese, but, how you say, you know, a very dedicated style of play. Stalkers get caught by surprise. That's a lot of bio that they ran into, and Beyond was ready to pounce on them. More Prisms going into the main base, this time not found out by a couple of Marines. Vikings a little late to moving on over there, too. as well, speed just made it so very difficult for him to catch up. But a good reaction from Bjorn so far. He does have his army out in the middle of the map, which he has to be careful about. But Bjorn has 1-1. Looks like Hero's going to have 2-1, actually, so really catching up with those upgrades. He does still have his tanks, repaired that weak one earlier as well, and still a good amount of bio. But Hero, any lapse in the economy and the army seems to have been fixed at this point. Only up to these 3 gases as well, has obviously been a big change in the last couple of years for Protoss. So you don't need as many probes to really have a very powerful economy, because you are using your Protoss army kind of like Zerg. You're just throwing zealots at them and replacing them. Vikings are getting some really nice shots before the Colossus really get to be involved. EMPs are out, but that's a fuck ton of zealots. Good God, and I don't think Bjorn was expecting the ones on the left side at all. A little surprised by that. Does manage to micro out of the way into those tanks as well, so they are helping out. The zealot numbers are starting to dwindle. Disruptor not going to get too big of a shot. Remember, that was nerfed from last patch, guys, and that has not changed. So Disruptors do not kill a Marauder if they manage to clip it. Planetary looks like it might just go down here. SCV is not going to be on the repair. It looks like Hero actually is not going to commit. Not like the likes of the tank shooting at him with the bio, able to get a concave, and the Planetary still helping out while it was alive, so he does pull back. 2-2 was also about to complete, so not something a Hero would have known, but it would have maybe been a bit too far to go for that Planetary. Probably a good pullback at the end of the day. Now 2-2 is done. The bio army managed to keep its numbers to a decent degree. Vikings were destroyed. They tried to get, I think, like one more Colossus. Yeah, this one, and weren't quite able to do it. So that's what maybe Hero can abuse. Maybe not. I was going to say for, a minute longer. I'm not even sure. About to be at 7 Vikings, just 2 Colossus. So those Colossus are not nearly as helpful. 2-2 has finished for Hero as well, so we're back to even upgrades. So Hero's +3, very close to finishing 2. Bjorn, not quite getting that super ideal engagement, but the fact is he has gotten to 4 base saturation. Planetary ready. Mass repair absolutely ready. And that is going to be a hard position for Hero to break, especially with the tanks still helping out in that very nice position. Whoa, that was a bit weird. The army moved in. I think he was trying to EMP something in the back lines, but now he is microing backwards. More EMPs coming down. Vikings take care of the Colossus. Disruptors not getting the shots. Great split there from Bjorn, as the Zealot numbers are starting to get, well, not low yet. Their health is very, very low. Going for the Disruptors, very bold move as he runs into the Zealots as well. But the Zealots, like I said, they're very weak. They are going down. The Marauders living through this as the medevac count is at a healthy number too, but more Zealots are on the way. That's one thing Hero is capable of replacing very quickly. He does have a Warp Prism down to the bottom left and a slow warping, I suppose, if desperate times call for desperate measures. 5th base is coming online. Wait, no. That's a 4th. That's a 5th. And that's a 6th. Okay, 6th base is coming up. But I gotta say, I do think the trades have been going way worse for the Protoss in the last minute or two. Yeah, 4,000 down in the hole, which, again, they're a little more Zergy nowadays. So that's not necessarily the end of the game. But Hero, I think he might be overcommitting a bit too much. These Zealots are not setting up as well as they would like. Even with the attack upgrade, they are missing that last armor upgrade. Although Bjorn is not yet on 3-3, he has been able to micro his army with enough healing, too, which is very, very important to withstand basically the onslaught of Zealots. I mean, this is really the game at this point. Can the Zealots come in enough times that the Terran army gets low on health, the medevacs run out of juice, the tanks eventually are taken out of the equation, the EMPs run out, and then the Zealots win, right? Can they do that? And so far, they have not been able to. Bjorn has kept the right amount of bio, the right amount of EMPs, the right amount of medevacs to actually withstand the attempted bludgeoning attacks here from Hero. Now he's got Liberators, which Zealots, they don't do much against. So that seems like a pretty good position for Bjorn. Sometimes that transition over into Liberators can be a bit desperate. It's when you're clearly losing that tug of war against the Zealots. The bottom number is very, very small, and then the Liberators don't come out fast enough, basically. In this case, I'd say that Bjorn has everything necessary to win this game, including almost doubling the army supply at this point. Those Zealots just getting absolutely massacred. More Zealots coming on in here, but that's still a very healthy bio army with another EMP available. Liberators could always be helping here, but they don't even have to. And Hero has definitely lost this game. It does feel like there was a very big change in the tempo of this game once that 4th base did not fall, it got saturated, and then Hero was relying almost purely on Zealots to win. At that point, it seemed unlikely unless he got one hell of a surround. And I think we're just seeing it slowly but surely end in Bjorn's favor. The game audio is kind of low rate, Tinny. That's interesting. I'll look into the audio settings after, but if it's the game too, that's helpful information because that means it's not just the mic; it's the overall like stream audio settings. We can see what it's like without the magic mic. But then it might be peaking. I mean, Hero's not dead yet, but I am still calling it as a pretty assured Terran victory. Caduceus Reactor was even researched. It's helping out the medevacs, which really kept it at just enough energy throughout this entire game. Sounds better now. Still probably gonna need to put like a limiter or something on. I can see it almost getting into the red, but... Yeah, Magic Mike, the stripper, is in charge of my audio. Apparently he's done a very poor job. I don't know if the people at Meld anticipated that and thought it would just be funny, where they didn't think of it at all when they designed a phrase for their own mic effects button. I don't know. I'm actually quite surprised that Hero is even maxed out again. I mean, he was down 70 supply almost at one point. I'm not crazy. I'm not super bad at StarCraft. The fact that Hero is alive is commendable. And not just alive, but also maxed out. But it is with a... I mean, it's basically a facade almost, what we got going on right now. Maxed out 3-3-1 Protoss army. It looks like even-Stevens, but it's really not. The problem is that the Protoss really is kind of supposed to either have extreme control over the map, so always finding the engagements that they want, always having a base to fall back to, and always able to be the one pressuring, so they're always able to reinforce. But that's just not the case here. It's an army that he has managed to muster with the economy that he has barely been able to get up. I mean, this base being up and running as long as it was I think, the reason he was able to get maxed out again. But the army is actually not as strong. He needs a really great engagement, which Bjorn, I mean, he's dangerously close to being in a bad engagement a lot of times in this game. If he gets surrounded once in this 21-minute game, this could 180. You know, suddenly Hero does have a lot of flexibility where he just straight up win the game, you know? But it never happened. And yet again, we have Hero down 60 supply after not being able to find basically a surround. You know, we say like the best engagement possible. And unless you're talking about Disruptors getting a bunch of shots, really what you're saying is, do the Zealots get a surround? And they have not. So, I mean, that is the way PvT has gone. This is not a change. You know, I'm quite afraid that in discussing PvT now on the PTR, some of the ways that I phrase like how this match is supposed to be played can be taken from people maybe only just checking out StarCraft after like a hiatus or something as it's the PTR's fault. This is why Hero has lost, because the PTR. And I mean, sure, I guess in a way that could be true because he doesn't go into the Storm, which maybe he would have done if Storm wasn't massively nerfed. I'm getting some serious deja vu, by the way. I swear to God, I remember like a dream or something where I was talking about Storm having been nerfed. And then in my brain, I was like, oh, there's no way Storm would ever be nerfed. That's crazy. Anyway. But if you could look at it as a lot of that game was what PvT was like a year ago before people really started to use Storms a hell of a lot, before Overcharge came in and before people started to really abuse it. That is just how that game goes. Like, this is just how PvT is. If you cannot get a, sizable economy with a lot of map control and keep the Terran under your thumb by consistent Zealot run-bys and engagements, you are eventually going to lose out to a superior Terran force. I mean, that is actually what PvT was. So, yeah. I don't blame the PTR at all for that game, except for the idea that, okay, maybe Hero would have used Storm, maybe would have been in the previous meta. But I'm just saying, this just looks like it was a year and a half ago. That's what I'm trying to say. In the bottom right, it is Hero. In the top left, it is Beyond. Some people out there will be like, well, a year and a half ago, Protoss fucking sucked, and that's not very good. And I'd be like, okay, I could kind of see that point. I mean, there's a reason that Protoss got the change that it did. Because PvT at one point was definitely Terran favored. I would say, and this is Terran bias, right? But I would say I don't think it was as egregious looking. It was one of those things where people had to really look at, the overall win condition and the overall win percentages to be like, oh no, Terran's definitely better than Protoss right now. I don't think it was as oppressive. 3 years ago, I think it was definitely oppressive. I'm like, keeping track of all the patches is hard, but there was definitely a time in the last 3 or 4 years where Terran absolutely was like comically good against Protoss. Then I feel like that changed, and they were probably just a little good. Then we changed the patch, the last one, and then I think Protoss was really good. And now maybe we're gonna go into Terran is a little bit better, and with the obs change and the Storm change, because Storm is really obsolete now. Now I'm not even sure I would suggest getting it even as like a late game thing. Maybe Terran will eventually be very good. I mean, it's obviously tough balancing a game like StarCraft. But I suppose I will admit that it does seem like if Storm's entirely out of the equation, it really is, then I do think Protoss will inevitably get worse and worse. I do, against Terran. Because, Storm, back before the Overcharge change, I still was banging on about how I think Storm could be good. I loved when Protoss included Storm builds, the 2 base kind of cheeses, even the 3 base, very dedicated ways of playing, the kind of Storm Zealot all-in, if you will. I liked that. I liked that experimentation and the changes. I also loved the idea of adding Storm into the mid or late game. So you don't open with Storm, but when you have your Colossus and you have your bases and you're feeling good, you do add on the gases and you do get Storm. I was a really big believer in that. So I felt like maybe Protoss, I'm just going to say, I feel like Protoss could have been playing better before the Overcharge thing. But now, Storm is basically obsolete. No one is going to get it versus Protoss or Terran, and I'm not even sure they're going to get it versus Zerg, because it doesn't kill roaches, and apparently it doesn't kill Zerglings either, because they're too fast. So it really, really sucks. And I think that is just... There's nothing Protoss can do about that. There's no way a Protoss player can be like, well, Storm just inherently sucks, but somehow I'll learn to abuse it. I just don't think it's actually possible. It's a zoning tool. Is it? Is it? I don't think it is. So yeah, I do feel for the Protoss. But I think that last game was just so classic 2024 Protoss versus Terran, where Protoss weren't getting mid to late game Storms anyway. I'm just like, I'm not blaming that game on the PTR. Anyway, 3-gate blink again. Robo is coming down this time around, though. But it is a 3-gate, by the way, so not a 2-gate. The 2-gate last game really seemed like Hero wanted to get as fast as possible. Really, the fastest third base you can get, because you don't even get the Robo. And then he got 7 probes killed at, 4 minutes or whatever it was, so it's pretty bad. Tried to recover, and apparently did recover. I would say, at one point in that last game, Hero on 4 bases, almost maxed out with good upgrades. I would say that basically had equalized things. But anyway. This didn't happen this time around, but Hero is playing either a safer style or is prepping for a sharper aggression. His last game's aggression was kind of a, picking up the broken pieces and putting them back together. This is a build, this is directed towards the Warp Prism, directed towards the Stalkers attacking into Beyond, and Beyond does need to be very scared about this, because yeah, he didn't go for the Reaper Hellion opener, but Hero didn't lose 7 probes either, So we're in a fresh game where it's just good old-fashioned Blink Stalker micro versus the desperate defense of the Terran. Most of them have gotten pretty good at defending against the Blink Stalker attacks. Appropriate SimCity, appropriate defense of their tanks, knowing they need tanks. So I'm not too concerned for Beyond, but Hero is pretty good. Warp Prism is coming here, and the tank is going to go down. So that's already a bit scary. That's a very fast tank kill. Second tank is on the way, and 4 Stalkers were taken out for that, so in terms of actual cost, obviously that's a win for the Terran, but Cyclone did also go down too. But it is one of those scary things where now you don't have a second tank to protect another area of your base, and Beyond knows that, so he can't keep that sieged up, especially on the front. He's got to put Banshees in the main, he's got to be worried about the Blink Stalker into the main, as well as the Warp Prism micro that can accompany it when the tank's not there to help defend. Warp Prism is going to go and kind of check around, sees once again a tank on the front lines, and is going to go for it, grabs that plus a Banshee, but is going to lose a handful of Stalkers. The Focus Fire is coming in at the last second there for Beyond. Bunker does go down too, but another tank appears. 1 tank, 1 Banshee, and a handful of Marines saving Beyond's life right now. In total, we are seeing that just starting to favor Hero directly in the resources. Good eyes on the scan. No, it was a good eyes on the scan, actually. He put it in surveillance mode for half a second. I'm pretty sure I saw the animation. I think Beyond was going to see that regardless, but still, we did see the patch in effect. Tech Lab has gone down. No more Banshees, not replacing that, but a second Banshee is here. A second tank is here, and in the nick of time as well, allowing those Stalkers to micro on a high ground with the Warp Prism on top. Very, very bad news without a serious amount of DPS from the Terran. With the tank on the front lines once again in trouble. Same with the Banshee, barely microed out of the way. Once again, Hyperflight Roto is being that priority. Such an interesting change. So interesting. Bunker's going to keep itself alive, but the Banshee is not, and this is getting a little desperate. SCVs are being pulled in. Hero sees it coming, blinks out of the way, has lost a lot of his own Stalkers. 15 of them have gone down, but he's still replacing them. He did go up to 5 gateways, because his 3rd Nexus is done, actually. And this is a really, that's the worst news about this. So basically, Beyond, he's surviving. He's not letting this snowball, but he's not advancing in any way. He should already be on his way to Stim and Bioball, not having to remake tanks. This is going to be his 6th tank, as he mismicros it as well in the Tech Lab. He did realize it, but Beyond realized the game is over. I mean, I think he might have literally gotten broken right there, and Immortal was on the front lines, and that is it. So there you go. Just consistently hammering away at the zoning tools. Gives Hero a win and balances out the best of 3. Yes, here Marine's game has been finished. Max packs 2-0 to your Marine in the span of this best of 3. So the winner will face Max packs. Game 3 is going to be on Persephone. Top left Hero, bottom left Beyond. I'm gonna add compression again. Vulcan compression is the secret to sounding pro. I don't want to say let's do this. It's cheesy. All right. Does the mic still sound kind of weird? Still kind of recovering from a sickness. It's been over a week at this point, so I'm very upset. But I can't do anything about it. Protoss players switch more to early aggression or all in. Oh, they absolutely will, I think. I don't know about proxies. I mean, not the pros. I don't think we'll be doing cannon rushes, but I do believe... Whoa! Well, speaking of early game aggression, that's not a Reaper. He's going to proxy the factory as well. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky hero who had, in the previous 2 games, immediately sent a probe out to scout and harass. Doesn't do so on Persephone, and perhaps Beyond has picked up on that. Because what a bold call to make if you assume he's going to probe scout again. One Marine just a word away, I suppose, a probe that might eventually come around or something, I guess. But, I mean, this is... Is he full-on cheesing? Like a full-on 1-1-1? Part of me always hopes he's going to add on a battlecruiser, but typically doesn't happen. Hero has no idea that his opponent is doing something other than a 1-Rax expand or a factory expand, even. This is going to be a full-on 1-1-1. But yeah, it's not gonna be a fantasies build. This is a more common, obviously still a very rare build, in which you do get the tech immediately on the factory, and I guess Cyclone or Tank still could occur. This is gonna be a Cyclone. And the Starport, I don't remember what comes out of it, but it's very, very cheesy no matter what comes out of it. Hero is defaulting perhaps to a bit of safety against, say, a factory expand. You know, the Reapers and the Hellions arriving again. But there's no way he would predict what is actually on the way. Not without some scouting. I'm a little surprised he goes for a medevac, I guess, but I could see the logic in that too. There are very few Protoss units at 3.5 minutes in the game. Especially if you assume they are expanding. And a medevac could heal through a lot of that. You won't have 4 Stalkers yet to one-shot the Marines. You might have 3. In this case, no. Although an Adept plus 2 Stalkers, that one-shot a Marine. Only if they're, you know, it doesn't die first, which is the real rub, I suppose. That Adept Shade, I don't think it saw anything. It didn't. It didn't. Well, now he knows. Gateways are on the way. Robo's on the way. Just going along with the build that Hero had pre-planned for this game. Now forced to quickly react. Simon X Core could be a target, but I actually feel like Beyond needs to go for the throat. And that's what he's decided to do as well. That is a very susceptible looking pylon. Yes, the shield battery can try and go for it, but Tank is here, by the way. Gonna try and focus fire that down, but the tank isn't falling. One more Stalker gonna get the shot. SCV is used in the fight rather than trying to repair. I think they could have out-repaired, actually, but hindsight 2020. There's still a lot of units left over. Cyclone barely alive. Viking landed, very effective and cheaper. It's even more of a good thing to include an all-in. And I think Hero has died. I'd feel worse for the Protoss if they scouted out. I don't... Decides not to scout at all, and that this is what happens when they do that. Pylons are repowering structures, but the Robo's not going to be used, and only 2 gateways with the one in the main base is not a whole lot. The Cyclone has also been repaired, and it's going to be microed. Another Tank's here, another Viking's here. Yeah, Hero's a goner. You're probably smiling, shaking his head. I can only assume that Hero just doesn't often scout him for Persephone, because this is such a bold call to make. Game 3 of the pattern set was that he would probe scout. Or maybe Hero just doesn't scout on the 3rd game, actually. you know? Doesn't matter about the map, but just that he gives the conditioning, like, hey, I'm going to probe scout, don't do anything cheesy. And by the third game, he's like, well, he knows I'm going to probe scout, so I won't probe scout. Yeah. Well, that didn't work that time, did it? So Beyond gets a cheeky victory, and we'll be facing Max Pax in the upper bracket final. This is a double elimination tournament, so that won't be the end of it. GG's. Whoops. I did not mean to press that button. Sorry, guys. I ain't never sub mode in my Twitch chat in my life, I don't think. In my Twitch chat, definitely not. Great, my cold has developed into some coughing. So while we wait, and while the ad plays out, I'm going to do my favorite thing to fill time, which is complain about people in the community. Should have a segment title for this, I don't know. ZombieGrub's most hated people in the StarCraft community. I actually try not to use names, because then that might be a little too mean, I suppose. But, whoops. There are two people that I would like to talk about, and again, I won't name their names. But one of them's a Redditor, and one of them's a Team Liquidator. And I guess I'll talk about the Team Liquidator first, and even though I won't name names, it'll become increasingly obvious who I'm talking about. All I do is look at the thread. But yeah, some guy, some idiot, is just going around in not every tournament thread, but at least a couple tournament threads on Team Liquid, and basically complaining about the PTR there. Right? He's just saying, is this going to be on the PTR? Because if so, I'm not going to watch. And I tried to tell him, at first I wrote something that was a little bit more... a little bit less business-y, you know what I'm saying? I put some words in there that I later redacted. But anyway, I tried to explain to him that complaining about the PTR and saying you won't watch something because you don't like the direction the patch is going to the tournament organizers isn't going to do whatever the fuck he thinks it's going to do. Do you think doing that is going to get us to come together and petition Blizzard on behalf of tournament organizers, community members? I don't fucking know. To not do the patch? Does he think we have that? I don't fucking know. But it is not going to do that. It is just going to make people less likely to do tournaments in StarCraft. Whenever time they post a tournament, of the 5 replies they're typically gotten, one is, yeah, I'm not gonna watch, fuck you guys. And what benefit does it do otherwise? I truly believe that in this guy's brain, he is going to think that by complaining everywhere that he can, Blizzard will notice and then be like, oh, well, this guy doesn't like it. I mean, I guess we gotta change it. He doesn't just keep it in the PTR thread. He has to go into the tournament threads to do it too. And I thought it was just mine, and I thought that just might be like on a whim he saw it and decided to post it like an idiot. But no, this guy went into at least one other tournament thread to do the same exact thing, post the same exact message. So I feel like this is something that he actually believes is like a bit of a crusade or something. So you're a fucking idiot if you're ever watching this. And his response to me calling him out was idiotic as well. So that's the first guy. The second guy, who I'll not name, again, is the Redditor. And it'd be a little harder to figure out who this is, maybe. But this guy posts so much in StarCraft and in Stormgate. And sometimes he's right. But it's like a broken clock is right twice a day situation. Because this guy will post really dumb things. I don't think they're a bad person as far as I can tell. So I don't want to be too mean. But they post things that are wrong. They're straight up wrong. But he posts in a way that like there's like, you know, references and there's sources or something, but they're really not. And he'll just say stuff in such a way that it can be really convincing to people who don't know what the actual truth is, that this guy might be onto something. And I really hate this guy. To give an example, which might then lead you to the guy. Like a month or two ago, they posted with all these like sources. They were like the guy, what's his face, from the They Are Sunny, with all the strings attached, you know? He was like, so this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and like all the sources and whatnot. And his conclusion was that Blizzard and ESL had formed another multi-year deal. This was a month ago. Just to be super clear to you guys, before anyone gets confused, there is no actual proof anywhere whatsoever that ESL and Blizzard are even talking, that ESL is interested in doing any type of circuit with StarCraft, or that Blizzard is at all interested, really, you know, especially before this patch randomly dropped. I mean, there was literally nothing. And so fortunately, most people were like, okay, this is a little hogwash, and I posted to him as well, being like, what the fuck's wrong with you? But this dude, he does in like every place that he goes, and it's really, it takes a lot of my willpower not to post to almost everything this guy says, basically calling him out and like fixing these assumptions, which sometimes are so wrong. Anyone with a brain could detect that. But more so when there's like they're wrong, but there's enough going on that people could just default believe them. It's taken me a lot of willpower not to respond to every single one. But anyway, we're done. It's now 2 minutes into a game. So we got ourselves a series. ZombieGrub's rant about community people over. Bottom left, beyond, top right, max packs. This is the upper bracket finals, so again, not the finals. And we do have Beyond going for a bit of a cheeky opener. He did go for a proxy Rax. Well, not... I mean, there's a Maka Rax, I suppose. He not really proxied, just hiding it. The intent is that Max Pax goes, oh shit, this guy is proxying me. Pulls the probe back, perhaps even, just to use it as a scout. And then Beyond gets to have Max Pax panic, maybe Chrono Boost, something he shouldn't have, maybe add on a second gateway much faster than he should. Whatever the response would be, and then go na-na-na-boo-boo. That didn't really happen, I would say. Max Pax might have gotten a Stalker first, but he would have gotten a Adept first. Possible. He might have chronoed the second unit as well when he would have chroned something else. So there might have been something, but it's not a lot. And then clearly the downside is that, you know, your barracks has a little bit less production time. Bakes a Marine that has to float. And then the command center has to be put on the high ground because you really don't have a lot of units. And I would say more so than a strong reaction, you know, if it was a reaction to what Max Pack scouted initially, he can now use it to be the bully. And so in turn, Beyond does have to build the command center on the high ground, you know? So I guess TLDR. I don't know if it was a really effective opener for Beyond, but it's kind of cute. Because then maybe the next game he does actually proxy, you know? And then maybe Max Pax doesn't respond as strongly as he should. Speaking of, next game, we should get predictions in. So we got ourselves a command center floating over now as we have the proper protection of the Terran base, which is just a cyclone. Now, this could be a little too low of a protection measure if MaxPax was proxying himself or opening up with 2 gateways, but it is also a high ground natural, so that's an extra added layer of safety. And as the game continues on, and MaxPax gets closer to a potential 3-gate blink build, which is his bread and butter, and which is exactly what he's doing, we are going to go ahead and grab the bunker on the high ground. Wood mine drop still going to occur, even though the opener and the usage of the factory was a little different. Again, okay, Beyond just likes the speed. Anyone know if he was doing this before the patch? Is this just a reaction to the patch? Because, yeah, apparently the Banshee speed was at least in the hundreds of seconds. In the like literally 110, 20, I don't know, but it was hundreds. And now it's 79 seconds, so that's quite a big difference. Would mine drop. Killed a probe by looks of things. Did it kill 2? No, that was the first scouting probe. And then just not much more to be done here. But keeping a couple of stalkers at home and getting tabs on how they're moving on gas-wise or third base-wise is always good usage of it. MaxPax's 3-gate is about to arrive. And Beyond has his setup that he likes, apparently. Tanks and Banshees, yes, but Banshees with speed. Very unique. Cyclone lock-on micro to the Warp Prism's really good. Didn't get the whole damage. But still, making MaxPax reconsider using it on his next attempted attack, which now the Natural has 2 bunkers. He's taking this very, very seriously. Hero's good with his 3-gate. He won with his 3-gate in the last series. But I would say that MaxPax is still better. A couple SCVs go down that are building buildings, always annoying, but now that the tank is there, it's going to be harder to do that with a 3rd tank not on the way, actually. So this is... I mean, he got 2 bunkers, but he's not opting for a 3rd tank. Kind of puts him in the middle, I feel like, of the true extreme defense. The one that really screams, oh my god, this Terran is terrified of losing to MaxPax's 3-gate. It's like in the middle there. And as time goes on and less stalkers arrive, and actually as basically the 4 stalkers here arrive, that's already a bit of a tell that they're going to not dedicate to the attack. And we might see one of these bunkers salvaged. Stim is on the way, but in a pretty safe tech lab. Cyclone has gotten while it could, so nice eyes there from MaxPax. Observer is in surveillance mode, and that now reveals it. Sorry, but that's how the way it goes. Okay, the Banshees get found out. MaxPax, I don't know if he saw that with something. He might have seen them leave with the observer before it died, but that was very nice to get one out of the equation. Now no longer one-shotting the probes. Still need to worry about that one Banshee just coming on in, which in fact he is worried. MaxPax might have thought that Observer was still just out of range of the Marines, which is why he bothered to put it in surveillance mode. I don't think he forgot the patch, which is also possible, but I think he just, yeah. My assumption would be that that looked almost out of range of the Marines. Apparently it wasn't. 2 probes do go down, and the Banshee flying on through. Into the Natural she goes, and we'll get another 2. Should. Gets the 3rd one as well, but does die for it. At the end of the day, 2 Banshees kind of helping on the defense. I don't know if they were strictly necessary for the defense, but just their mere presence might have stopped MaxPax from doing something more adventurous. But then 2 Banshees with speed, only 5 probes killed. Doesn't sound great. 3rd CC is here. Observer will see that. 5 racks are set up now, but most importantly, 3rd CC is here. It's not going to be a 2-base SCV pool. Observer is just going to have to stay on surveillance mode. I still would argue that surveillance mode can be useful out on the map. And that's, I think, actually what maybe the designers of the patch are intending, is that it can't be used very offensively, which is quite good for the Protoss, but it can be used defensively. So surveillance mode here, probably not going to get killed. Here, probably not going to get killed. Even here, right, until the rocks are broken down, probably not going to be killed. And I would say, that makes sense to me. Like, game design wise, having the observer have less vision if it's offensively used makes sense to me. I know the observer change is very heated, I've already gone through it in my own video about the patch notes, which you can check it out with !patch. But in a quick recap, maybe I gotta hold off on that actually. Colossus is here. MaxPax looking, not to end the game of course, but MaxPax is looking to take some engagements. Start to dwindle the bio numbers, start to dwindle the medevac energy, maybe catch those tanks as well if he can get a bit lucky, and those zealots are prepared to come in on the backside, go for a big old surround. MaxPax actually could end the game here if the surround's good enough, but more bio coming on the other side. Surround turns into a surround for the Terran as the bio manages to slip on out. The tanks are destroyed for it, but a lot of zealots go down. The Colossus falls, the Immortal falls as well, and MaxPax thought that he had the plan, thought he was the hunter. Turns out Ben was the hunter. He was actually really ready to go for that. A couple Marauders diving a little bit too far forward, very weakened early on. A couple good pickoffs right there, but the Colossus does go down. Oh, that last Viking shot does the trick, so ends up being worth it as Bjorn has now pushed MaxPax all the way back to his base, and now MaxPax is missing, well, a lot, honestly. He does not have a very strong army in any shape or form, needs the AoE, needs more Zealots. He's going to warp in Stalkers, and that might be the better decision, actually. Defensively, in these smaller battles, for now anyway, the Stalkers are going to be very useful, also protecting the Colossus that has finally arrived, obviously, from the Vikings. Sometimes the instinct is to warp in the Zealots, right? Things that'll buy you time, things that won't melt the Marauders is so tempting, but really good Protosses will notice when Stalker warpings are actually essential, even in a really heated moment like that. And MaxPax is a pretty good Protoss. 2-1 is being researched for MaxPax as he is on 4 bases. That was a very scary moment for MaxPax, 100%. But he has the economy to kind of afford a scary moment like that, assuming he doesn't truly snowball, which it was close to doing. 5th base is now on the way as well, and he's already got 80 probes. Hero in that one 20-minute game actually just stopped at 69. But looks like MaxPax going up to 81 probes, not just because he wants to, but because he is actually getting the gases. Now this is kind of interesting. I mean, I guess he still hasn't gotten his 4th gas in his natural, but he's still going up to 5 gases. Math is hard. No, 6 gases. He's got one on the 3rd as well. Which is going to make him less zealot heavy. And I wonder what he's going to do with that. Which it seems to be just for now. The 2nd robo's coming down, maybe even a 3rd one as well. Here, again, to just not talk about the PTR for a second, and more so talk about reverting Protoss. It's not a reversion. They definitely have gotten nerfed. But just keep that aside for a second. If we're just looking at it as, well, now Protoss has to play like they did a year and a half ago, MaxPax was the one leading the charge at that stage. He was the one that I think was actually showing what more could be done without direct patches to Protoss. And the first thing that I think he really was doing better than every other Protoss, well, the first thing was the 4-gate, so it was bad. But the second thing, a little bit of engagement going down here. We're cutting across the bridge for either side. It's very dangerous. The second thing that I think he did really well was that he was burning medevac energy. I really feel like this, and the reason I noticed this was not because I immediately hawk-eyed noticed his intent. No, it's because game after game, I was talking more about medevac energy than I ever had before in this matchup. Like, that was something that you might have talked about if they could never get up to 4 medevacs before they went to Vikings, you know? But other than that, typically you didn't really have to talk about it. And then suddenly I was non-stop talking about medevac energy and how much the bioarming wasn't being healed. And I think that MaxPax is really the one that did it most, like, pervasively? Or, I don't know, or he did actually notice that that was a weakness. I'm not sure, but the point is, like, I think he's the one that did it the best. And I think that he's going to go back to that. So that's that constant bullying without really pulling the trigger. Oh, that was a nice shot. Again, Marauder's not dying immediately for that. He's going to go back to that. So he's not going to look for direct engagements that just one and done. He's going to take engagements where he can back out of, ideally, after dealing a lot of damage, although this one is still going to look a little bit bad for him. The Zealots are all gone. The Colossus are falling. The Disruptors are falling. The Force Fields aren't stopping the Bio Army, and that was definitely not it. Disruptors are going to get a couple of good shots, but not nearly good enough, I would say, as they are going to lose their lives as well. The rest of the army falls too, but MaxPax does have almost 2,000 minerals in the bank. His gas is struggling, but he is on those triple robos. That would be one reason why. And he just afforded 3-3, as well as a Dark Shrine, so that would explain the gas problem. But he did have a lot of Stalkers already rebuilt, so he was about to have more Zealots as well. And Beyond pretty much just predicted that, probably having played MaxPax a billion times, approximately. probably knows that he has played one too many games where he has thought, yes, this is it, this is it, this is it. That was a really good fight for me. This is it. Let's go. And then ran into a brick wall of Protoss. So good call from him, but make a mistake. MaxPax definitely made a mistake right there. Yeah, now 5,000 resources in the hole. But he has his 5th. He has his 6th. 4, 5, 6. There you go. And so he's allowed to do that. He's allowed to make those mistakes. You know, not game ending, but mistakes, I would say. But to my original point, it still stands. Ideally, taking engagements that don't necessarily they don't end the game. Ideally, they end the game, obviously. But they don't end the game as a goal. But what they can do is keep the Terran down. Keep them delayed at the 4th base. Keep them medevac count low. Keep the Viking count low. Keep the medevac energy low. And then once you realize the Terran is battered and bruised, that's when you really go for the throat. Another straight up mistake being made. No way around it. MaxPax rattling his robo into the army as he kind of started to change the position that he wanted. Went more towards the 4th than perhaps he had anticipated. Zealots and DTs trying their best to go after the 3rd CC, but that was apparently well protected by a group of bio units. MaxPax trying to go for a 7th now, which should be canceled. MaxPax, I mean, notably, the observer count, not very high. But he has also, I don't know if this is because of the change, but I think we have seen a lot of robo units die. And despite having 3 robos, which is really quite a good number, he has been constantly replacing robo units. And Colossus and Disruptors will take precedent. Will take the priority. There you go, priority. As you take these battles over and over again. Huge battle happening in the middle of the map. All the Colossus not quite in the front line. Zealots coming in only after most of the Brethren are already dead. This is one sloppy fight for both, really. As Beyond is also pushing through the bridges, but it looks like it is going into Beyond's favor. 16 probes have gone down as the Bio Army doesn't just find the 7th, but it also finds what was the 3rd, I think. And is going to find the Dark Shrine as well. Going to be cleaned up. MaxPax still has other bases to mine from, but that was one extra blow he was not willing to take. Canceling this base, yeah, okay, that happens. But this one, that was the base plus the probes and a bit of technology. A couple medevacs die for the cause, but some of them still survive. Triple Robo still in play and still being utilized, but MaxPax probably not super happy with these engagements. Beyond just wishes that they would be a little more game-ending. He is finding Colossus out of position. He is finding Disruptors on the front line. He is finding Zealot numbers too low. I mean, he is finding opportunities, but it's not quite perfect. His Marauders are a little away. His medevac count's a little low. His Viking count is actually nothing. And those are what's keeping the engagements going so perfectly for him. The Viking count, particularly right now, being the main problem, but it looks like he's not going to replace the Vikings. He is trying to go into those Liberators, and if he can get to a good number, that would be fantastic. But this is a very dire situation. MaxPax has managed to still max out despite the economic losses with 4 Colossus, as someone has 0 anti-air. The best thing Byun can do is get us around, which MaxPax is going to be keen not to let happen. Marauders falling here, even though they have 3-2. MaxPax has 3-3. Liberators are finally popping out, and these chokes will be beautiful for them. But this is a harrowing situation. MaxPax has cleaned up the drop as well, so he can finally start re-expanding. He's going to go after the 3rd base. He sees an opportunity. He's going to try and push on through. Liberator does die. More Liberators are on the way, but the Marauder count has dwindled. This is an even-ish army supply, but I feel like that's a lie even. Okay, now 40 army supply less. That feels way closer to the situation. As Zealots are coming in, they are coming in not from a proxy, so that is keeping Beyond alive right now. We still have 3 Colossus. We still have the ability to finally remake, I think, the War Prism too, and those Liberators are going to hold for so long. Stalkers blink on in, killed 2 of them. 2 of them still going strong, but not much else. And that is that. GG's. MaxPax got into a really great macro position. And so even though some of those engagements didn't look ideal, they apparently were still good enough. MaxPax wins game 1. MaxPax's resource collection rate. That's what I wanted to look for. Look at this graph. Only got to Bjorn's point at the actual end of the game. So even though he lost bases and he lost probes, apparently that still didn't... There was still some left over that he just kind of used to rebuild that maxed out army. It worked out. Who needs Storm, not max packs? I mean, yeah. I think max packs wasn't one player who was going into Storm like I had vision of. You know, I really liked... I feel like I saw Showtime starting to do it. Before the overcharge change, we had the Colossus opener into mid to late game Storm editions, and I really liked that. But it still wasn't very common. Not everyone was doing it. I don't think Max Packs was doing it. Then the overcharge change, and obviously everyone was doing a Storm. But even then, I feel like Max Packs wasn't doing it as much. So to Max Packs, besides the Observer change, this might not feel like the incredible difference that it feels like to other Protosses anyway. The ones who had really gotten on board with the Storm. Top left is Max Packs, bottom right is Bjorn around Pylon. Yeah, very, I think it's actually a very fun game. I think Bjorn, you know, you see all these opportunities as the caster, as the Terran player, where you're just like, I killed a Colossus, I killed Disruptors. And even if it sacrifices 4 Marauders, which would actually be more expensive than what you killed, the idea is kind of similar to like when the Blink Stalker attack faces tanks, right? Which is like, yeah, maybe directly resource-wise it wasn't the trade, but as far as the overall potential. Tanks out of the equation, now that zone is open. The Colossus out of the equation, now the AoE's gone, and it is very expensive to rebuild in both resources and time. You only have so much robo capabilities. So that often just feels amazing. That looks great. And I will say that the engagements, they looked like Max Packs made mistakes over and over again. But at the end of the day, they didn't kill him. He had gotten to a very settled 6 base position before things started to go truly awry. And that kept him in the game. And Bjorn was obviously losing some of his own units in all those attempts. He did have to reach a little bit extra to kill the Colossus. That cost him a few more Marauders. That cost him the rest of his Vikings. I do think at the end of the day, what actually killed Bjorn was his attempted transition to Liberators. I mean, so what kind of happened was that there was an engagement that definitely went Bjorn's way. I think he did take a supply lead. And he started running around, right? Kind of killing whatever he could. Backpack clearly wasn't going to die, but he had lost his 4th or 3rd, whatever it was. His natural was being attacked. And Bjorn was on 4 bases, right? Yeah, I don't think he got into a 5th. But he had given a lot to do all that. Not able to replace it as fast as Max Packs. It was using the remnants of his earlier economy to just max out again. And he wasn't building Vikings. He was trying to transition over into that Liberator. And that can be a very deadly moment. If you do it without anything going wrong, like the Protoss isn't even attacking you, and suddenly you have 6 Liberators with range, beautiful, fantastic. Terran's probably going to win. But that wasn't it, was it? Speaking of not it, Max Packs going for that early Zealot attack against Bjorn, who has decided to go for the Marauder opener. This works out really well for Bjorn. Marauder slow will finish, and then the Zealot will have absolutely 0 chance. There you go. There it is. The Adept also is in some trouble. Second Marauder is out. He's going to prioritize the Adept before it can shade away. Very nicely done by Bjorn. The Zealot does get a couple of good swipes in, but did a little jumping jack before it died. Did you see that? I will say also kudos to Max Packs, who did make sure to at least delay the command center, the goal of that opener. So even though it faced an opener that I would say kind of does counter it, it still got some delay on the command center. Second Adept kind of comes in all sneaky-deaky-like. Isn't going to catch the supply depot down, but is going to catch a couple of SCVs. And because it was the Adept, not the Shade, they got to the supply depot, it saw the extra 2 barracks. That's really important. The 3 racks, a bit archaic, honestly. Not really done in the professional scene, because the Sentry was the other thing that last patch had changed. Suddenly Protosses were very keen on getting an early Sentry, and they always scouted what the hell you were doing. Even before that, though, 3 racks is very common in the professional sense. Adept is going to be surrounded and killed. That's a decent amount of lost mining time. The scout alone is probably worth it. And we did have the defense of Max Pax against the Marauders that are headed across the map. So this puts Beyond into a kind of weird position where maybe if he had been planning on keeping this secret and thus actually going for the stim timing with this, going across the map and saying, you know, surprise, sucka, killing all the stalkers and then just immediately attacking into the natural. Maybe he doesn't do that anymore because Max Pax is clearly going to be a lot more in tune to that idea. He's going to be way more attentive to his stalkers. Bunker's not going to finish. Very nicely done. Stim is not quite finished. Bio count's not super big. Blink isn't finished though either, so okay. Maybe he thought Blink was going to be finished a little faster than it was. That's why he dived so hard. So a little bit tit for tat on the resource trade. Bunker does finish, however. And Max Pax, well, he is going into his 3-gate Robo with a Warp Prism made. He makes it almost every single game. I don't know how much he's really going to commit to it. The 3 racks against the 3-gate, I think there's a sliver of opportunity for the 3-gate before the bio ball has really gotten to a good number. But I think it's very, very small. Beyond ready for the blink into the main, assuming the bunker will hold if he has to change position. Nice supply depot position, just out of range of the low ground stalkers. And maybe Max Pax now only looking for the micro moments. He's going to warp in a couple more stalkers. And you do want a certain number of stalkers in any PvT game, but how much is he really going to push this? Bunker is in trouble. Some bio was left over there, so it's not going to, I guess, be more of an issue. The problem for the 3 racks is that your starport is super late, your medevacs are super late, and so every stim actually hurts you. And so that's why Beyond can't just say, hey, stalkers, get the hell out of here and stim. Nice, use the high ground right there, doesn't lose a stalker in turn. Well, now he does. Warp Prism is maybe looking to threaten, but I don't know. This, I mean, Beyond didn't have to go across the map right there. Being the offender, the best defense, a good offense, was probably at the end of the day a good idea. But Beyond didn't necessarily have to do that. I wondered if he was going to actually push into the natural, but Beyond is not going to go for it. Perhaps fearing the Warp Prism wreaking havoc on his SCVs, perhaps figuring that there's a shield battery and the Mortal ready, so let's not bother trying to go for the Bio Ball attack. Either way, pushes out, pushes the Stalkers back, pulls back, and is now finally getting to those medevacs. Still won't have a more ideal ratio of bio to medevac as you would in other builds, but the bio ball will be very large. If you don't have as many medevacs, you also don't have as much mobility, something the Protoss can try and take into account, not have to worry as much about multi-pronged aggression. Nice defense of the Warp Prism, which needs to skedaddle at this point, trying its best to be the distraction as the Stalkers look to get in the front lines and take down a couple of these Marauders. Fortunately, I don't think any one of them went down. Stalker goes down, second Stalker will fall. Sim's wearing off, the Stalkers come back in, try their best to get a couple of kills. I mean, not exactly what Max Pax wanted, but he does have to keep tabs on the bio. Medevac's out, we can push in, but 2 Immortals are here, Guardian Shield. I mean, recharge is still available. It's just 50, not 75 anymore. A couple of Zealots just to make sure to have something across the map. Oh, the SCVs have been pulled. Well, that's important too. SCV pulled, no 3rd CC, 4th and 5th barracks were done. Did Max Pax pick up on this one? I did not. No, he didn't actually see the natural. He's been scouting the main the entire time, but not in a way that necessarily said there was not a 3rd CC, so I'm not sure he actually knew this was going to be an SCV pull. Well, this could be very dangerous indeed. The Observer had moved away as well at maybe the exact wrong moment. 1 shield battery, that's it. A good-sized army, but is it going to be enough? SCVs are tanking so much damage. Colossus comes in, and maybe, but it's kind of on the wrong side. It's all alone. It can't really get involved as it would like to. Immortal's starting to go down. Medevacs out of juice. A couple more coming in the nick of time. Widowmine's also getting involved as well. Some more Zealots could be problematic. The Widowmines don't get the shots. Not really the shots right there. The bio's almost gone. Max Pax might have just held. I think he did. I don't know if he did realize it was a 2 base all in, but Okay, I spoke too soon. I definitely spoke too soon. There is more bio than I thought. I saw that little remnant of bio being cornered and thought that might be it, but it is not. Medivacs are healing up the rest of the army. A couple of units coming across the map might just be good enough. They're at even supply. Max Pack still at 50 probes. They're about to be one Nexus lower. War Prism goes across the map with just one Zealot, ensuring that this is going to be as all in as freaking possible. I mean, clearly this has done some economic damage to Protoss by killing the Nexus, but so many SCVs died. 2 command centers means 2 mules, and there's no Dark Shrine in the play, but there could be. Oh, no, there is! Yeah, I was gonna say, if you figure it's a 2 base all-in, you can add that Dark Shrine. You kind of should. It's one of those that might have just been a little bit too much gone into the future to not survive the now, but if you do survive the actual SCV pool, the Dark Shrine is worth its weight in gold. They will not be able to mule drop. They will not be able to replace the SCVs that they lost. They will have to keep it for scans. Which it looks like Bjorn didn't see the Dark Shrine, but he figures that's a possibility until he was not being greedy with the mules. It still sucks though, because like even though you're not dying to the DTs, like they're still doing indirect damage. And not direct damage occasionally. Nexus is being rebuilt. And once that's rebuilt, Max Pax has that 3 base saturation again, because he kept most of his probes alive. That's going to be it. Bjorn has one more opportunity to win this game. War Prism is recalled out, saving units inside of it as well. And it is very good to help micro the Colossus when the second inevitable SCV pull happens. I mean, I don't know if it's really going to be an SCV pull, but 31 SCVs. I feel like you should just pull them all. There's no winning unless you win right now. Max Pax is down 30 army supply. That's a bit deceiving. He's also down an upgrade, but 3 Colossus against only 2 Vikings. Force Fields could buy time as well. I think that's exactly what Max Pax is going to do. As much damage as possible. Loses the Colossus, then the Force Fields come down. Second Colossus is also going to go down. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I don't believe more than 1 Colossus was supposed to fall in that particular engagement. Not when there's only 2 Vikings firing away, but the Marauders just got close enough. Extended Thermal Lance was researched, and yeah, still losing them. That really sucks. Now the Colossus is being chronoed, lickety-split, but that 3rd base is once again in trouble. Max Pack, Shield Battery going to go down. Guardian Shield is up, but that's so many Marauders. Beyond might still be winning this game. Medivacs still have some juice in them. Zealots are gone. No more force fields. 3rd base gonna have to be sacrificed. It's around 15 probes also died. Ghost Academy's even being built. I mean, Beyond. 1 DT at a time could still be a play. We're all talking about 2 command centers after all. It is a very risky play. Basically, you have to assume you need at least 4 DTs. 5? No, 4. Like, more than 2 DTs, right? Because you assume that they're going to have at least 1 scan on each orbital every time. In this case, it's more than that, so that would be unfortunate. And that's a lot to afford. That is a lot to afford. You can see Mount Max Pax. I think he realizes how desperate he is. He knows that wasn't a secondary SCV pool. However many SCVs were there, about 20-something, with his scouting, were kept at home. And while the mules weren't dropping, the SCVs were being rebuilt. They were steadily mining. If that was an SCV pool that just killed the 3rd Nexus, I would still say that Max Pax has a really good shot. But the fact that it wasn't, Max Pax knows how desperate it is. It's not going to be for a DT 1 at a time, cheesy play. He's going to try and add in some Archons, which is a good idea. But because Beyond didn't SCV pool again, he did remake the SCVs, he has EMPs. That is a terrible sight for Max Pax right there. As an engagement does go down, apparently, the Colossus, 3 of them this time around, not being taken down, but the front line is. One of them will go down to the Marauders. They did a lot of damage while they were alive, however, and those Archons did tank quite a bit. Medivacs also running out of energy. Everything forced to flee. Max Pax will hold, but he is not replacing his 3rd Nexus. He knew how desperate of a hold that was going to be. He put every last resource into whatever he could muster. +1 had also finished, which was no doubt helpful for that particular engagement. This is a very, very close game. 1 DT. Gonna try and kill, let's say, 6 SCVs perhaps. War Prism's now in trouble. Do we have a recall? I'm not sure it would survive the recall. It's already injured. No, now it definitely won't. 5 SCVs do go down. And of course the scan, I think he realized it was going to happen, so he tried to get that last SCV. 5 for 1 DT. I think would be fine if you were on 3 bases. Max Pack's now at this point trying to get those minerals. It still bodes very poorly for the Protoss, to be honest. I mean, in terms of scrappy, if we had a number to give to scrappiness across the races, I would say that Terran is definitely a 10. And I'm not actually sure who is the best at being scrappy. Protoss or Zerg? Protoss with DTs, I feel, particularly, would be better than Zerg. Yeah. But more so, to the point, Terran is very scrappy. They will keep on living. They will be the cockroach. Beyond also has a secondary form of reveal. The EMPs can now be used for the DTs, although you still want to keep the scans for at home because the ghosts need to be on the front lines. It's tough. It's very tough. Hallucination, kind of given the idea of the scenario, sees the SCV count still pretty good, but just like Max Packs, the mineral count is not. Both of them desperately need another base, but only one of them has the ability to lift and land. So it still, again, bodes poorly for Max Packs. Another engagement is happening. EMPs are available. Those Archons just simply melt on the front line. One Disruptor Shot going to try and help. Does get a couple of Marauders, but doesn't kill them, and that is going to be it. GG. Beyond wins with the 2-base SCV pool. It took an extra 9 minutes, but that is what won the game. Everyone's in this now. Hero is waiting for the loser of this to face in the lower bracket final, which is the best of 1. And the series is tied up. We're on Maganatha. Top, bottom right is Max Packs. Top left it is Beyond. Beyond's SCV pool, just good enough. And I'm not convinced Max Packs knew it was going to be a 2-base, but I'm not really sure, actually. I'd have to go back on the replay. Not just to see what he scouted, but also to see what he had already built, because if he had been going to a 4th base, I think very clearly he doesn't know that it's a 2-base, but then again, we've actually seen Protoss scout a 2-base SCV pool 100%. They saw the lack of 3rd, they saw the 5 barracks, they even see the SCV pool, and then they plan out a 4th. And my thought process on that was just that they think the 4th could buy some time. But, yeah, if it was down, it would have been like, yeah, Max Pack definitely didn't know. If he had more shield batteries, I also would have said, oh, he definitely knew. But 1 shield battery a base, 2 immortals, I think was really the 3 racks response. He also wasn't in a position to try and force field the army to buy time. Might have been another reason, maybe he didn't, another sign he didn't know it was on the way. I mean, if he didn't know, that was still a pretty solid attempt at a hold. It did get very, very close. If he did know, I'm sure there's some other things he could have done better, but it's always difficult to hold a 2-base SCV pool. I do think time buying would have been the best, right? I mean, taking the engagements as often as possible without fully committing, because the downside to that particular 2-base SCV pool was the lack of medevacs. But a hell of a lot of bio. Definitely a lot of bio. We do not have Beyond doing the same build again. 3 racks is uncommon. Found on smaller maps as well, usually. This is not a small map. Reaper opener from Beyond 2, so not trying to do anything tricky like the Marauder opener, and Max Pax, well, he's doing something pretty normal as well. Did scout that it is a factory expand and is grabbing a second adept. That's Twilight Council, because it's what he does 80% of the time. Every now and again, Max Pax opens up with a Stargate. He seems awfully uncomfortable with it, though, in this matchup. I'm sure he's comfortable as in he has played it a lot and he's good with it overall, but it's just one of those at the very tippity top facing the best of the best Terrans like Beyond. His Phoenix play is not nearly as good as his Blink play. Reaper Scouts, 1 Reaper, 1 Hellion. Not a lot of information right now. It is going to be 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion, however, and that is something Max Pax would like to discover. He has a shield battery at home. The 2 Adepts are not playing with fire. They know that that's a possibility off of what they saw, so they are going to scout as much as they can and then shade back home to provide a little bit of DPS. Wall is being created too. I mean, this is a pretty good guess as far as a factory opener goes, that it is going to be this particular opener. Great timing on the Adept Shade. Sees the attack, pulls back, did so well building a wall. Very nicely done. Shield battery plus Adept walls for a decent amount of time, and that is simply going to be a perfect defense. This is exactly what you want to have happen. They can get a little screwy. If you don't have the shield battery, for instance, they can burst through that. Obviously, the Reaper could have grenaded, but it already bought just that extra second of time that the extra units were coming down. If you don't realize what it is and an Adept is lost on the front lines, like it can get bad, but this was pretty damn perfect. And it is a 3 gates Robo with a Nexus lickety split. I don't know with this version of the build that Max Pax will grab the Warp Prism. He does it a lot. I mean, as far as whoever 3 gate Robos into 3rd Nexus, I mean, Max Pax is the one most dependable to grab the Warp Prism as well. Whether he thinks he's going to attack, defend, harass, he loves the Warp Prism. But every now and again, there is a game like this where he doesn't grab it, he doesn't warp in as many stalkers as possible, and he does prioritize the economy as well as the observers. And the key thing is just not to put them in surveillance mode. I think Protosses probably are very uncomfortable with that. Habit is hard to break. You immediately rally them, and then as soon as you realize it, or as soon as you can shift queue it, you surveillance mode them. Can't do that anymore. Hellion Reaper was trying to find some cheeky transferring probes, but Max Pax was already prepared for that. And 8 Stalkers is a pretty good amount to defend with as he starts to add on additional technology. 2 tanks have been built. 3rd tank is on the way, actually. So this, I pointed out in one of the previous games, first game, I think. Didn't grab the 3rd tank, wasn't scared of the Blink Stalker attack killing him. This time around, I don't think he's scared of the Blink Stalker attack. He has seen the 3rd Nexus, which doesn't mean there's a Stalker's about to attack him, but he's really seen 0 Stalker movement, because the Reaper Hellion has been moving around. And that could say, hey, they're not going to attack you. I think this actually might just be for A, defense of his 3rd, or B, I think it's A. I'm not even gonna go for B. B was offense. I don't think it's gonna be for offense. I think he just likes 3 tanks on this map. This is what he did last time on Aganatha as well. Might be the way that the army positioning plays out, where there's a lot of ways for the Terran, the Protoss to attack into you, and 3 tanks can settle nicely behind some of these pillars and then not be touched, and then protect you when you are not very Viking heavy. Hey, Banshees were made, but not with the speed. Instead with the cloak, good old-fashioned Banshees. This is something that I don't know if Max Pax saw. I don't think he did. No observer back at home. 2 Banshees arrive, immediately kill a sentry. Gonna look for the second one, perhaps. Decide to go for the probes instead. I do think that's the better call. He maybe gets a sentry later on. even scans the natural and sees that there's no observer. And that is a pretty damn good sight. MaxPax with zero idea about the Banshee. The observer went across the map, but apparently after the Banshees were already created. And so this is bad, bad news. MaxPax taking almost catastrophic damage at this point. That is an entire mineral line now dead. 17 probes have been killed. More to come. The Banshees, even without speed, still running away from the observer very effectively, and now they could die. Knowing they did great things for the Terran Dominion Confederacy. I don't know what they are, but 28 probes killed. They're going to get some type of reward. That is game-deciding damage, actually. That is the most I've seen Banshees do in a PvT in a while. That is disgusting. Beyond can't quite say, okay, game over, man. I'm just going to go ahead and run across the map. Can't quite do that. But I feel like it is a matter of time. You know, right now, MaxPax has the army that he built with the original probe count, so it's still okay, I think, at this particular moment in time. It's okay. It's not great. It's okay to start maybe trying poking and prodding like he was going to do. But the time at which he could depend on this army to do that has shortened dramatically. It looks like he's even just going to try and all in. This is a futile attempt, though. Not quite going to work out the way that he was anticipating. One tank, all the tanks are dead, but the bio has stayed mostly alive. MaxPax's attack, I mean, it's not without some merit. This has traded fairly well, beyond perhaps surprise at the audacity. 3 tanks did not end up holding as long as he was hoping for. Now they are completely gone. Can't be depended on for the future when more Colossus are remade. One more already on the front lines. In fact, Viking numbers actually dying as soon as they pop out. Wait a second. Wait a second. Was that the perfect timing? Is Beyond actually going to lose to this? He's forced to pull out the Punker Marauders. He's forced to pull the SCVs. Colossus will go down to the last Viking shot. The SCV starting to fall, however, is going to be return damage from MaxPax's Banshee problem. Woo! MaxPax has such a good eye for engagements. Goddamn. I mean, he equal upgrades. 2 Colossus, yes, but 3 tanks in position. Like, sieged, I should say. They were sieged. Bio, that was in good number. There is at the start of that fight, there is at least a 15 army supply difference in the Terran's favor. There's a lot of reasons to why that probably shouldn't have been as good as it was, but we have to rewind and rewatch, because that actually worked out maybe just as much as it needed to. Like, just enough. Warp Prism, not going to find a lot of damage in the main base. I think these 8 SCVs are still from the... oh, no, maybe there are additional 8 SCVs. Okay. I thought they were the original 8 SCVs. They are not, so the Warp Prism did find damage in the main, or the third, wherever the hell it went. 9 SCVs now. Zealot gets a couple extra, and that means that MaxPax has taken a worker lead. It's only a 1 worker lead, but still. I can fix that. Warp Prism goes back in. Leaves, comes back in, can't explain it, blah, blah, blah. Warp Prism gonna be recalled. Really doesn't want to lose that pressure. The Zealots kill 5 extra SCVs, which for 4 Zealots isn't exactly great, but just continuing to keep SCVs in production, taking away resources from other things. MaxPax, I mean, similar boat, though. Like, ideally, he would already have been saturated on 4 bases. Easy peasy if he hadn't lost 33 probes in this game, but it is what it is. That's why I keep on emphasizing, I feel like that attack, it was surprisingly good. It looked like it even could maybe have ended the game in a really, truly perfect scenario. But I do actually think, when the dust settled, it was only just enough to get MaxPax in the game. Because it did kill a couple FCVs, it did almost reset the bio count, it did reset the Viking count, but MaxPax had taken so much damage. And he also lost a lot of army in it. DT should have been more of a nuisance. Even though that was the first time they appeared, I believe. They were dealt with swiftly. Only 3 ACVs go down. Tower destroyed just to lessen the opportunity for MaxPax to find angles. Warp Prism is going to be found and killed this time. No escape for it. One less thing for Beyond to worry about. Who holds on to about a 20 armor supply lead. Researching 2-2 only at this moment, so MaxPax has caught up in upgrades, but he doesn't have a second forge as of yet, so that's still gonna, I think, favor Beyond. Well, there's gonna be a time where Beyond is favored, and then they'll go into MaxPax's favor again, but that is PPT. 4 Colossus is the number for going into Disruptors, getting to that second Robo, as he also tries to grab a 5th base, 76 probes, definitely not bad at this point. He has recovered from the economic losses earlier on. And really made this into a very even-looking game. I mean, if he did not strike at that particular moment, the way that the person who maxed out first would have been Beyond by a landslide. And he would have maxed out, well, probably getting his 4th base, no problem, while getting his upgrades probably faster as well, because his 2-2 could have been faster, I think. Pretty sure. And he would have also not really been afraid of MaxPax at any point. The Warp Prism was the only thing that was really scary. You could have been out on the map, you could have been stopping MaxPax from producing probes and trading out army efficiently, and, well, instead, Beyond did lose the army when he did lose a couple of SCVs, did have some struggles. And so he has to kind of wait patiently. It's not just the easy game over that I think it would have been. But is it ever easy versus MaxPax? No. Even when he is undeniably dying, MaxPax manages to hold on in a lot of games. At this point, definitely not dying. 5 bases still might be not exactly comfortable, because he really hasn't had that same tempo to this game that you would appreciate. The Protoss wants to be on the front. It wants to be in your face, forcing the Terran to move from natural to 3rd to 4th to 3rd to 4th, making him worry about the Warp Prism in the main, making him worry about DTs blinking on the planetary. And then all the times that MaxPax is throwing army away, he's replacing it because he's on 5 bases, 6 bases, 7 bases. So this is, I would still say, scary for the Protoss, actually. Even though he's maxed out with decent upgrades and 5 bases, I would still say this is scarier for the Protoss. Their army does melt unless it gets a pretty good engagement. As the Terran army gets to its upgrades, gets to its almost 30 Marauder count, gets to 12 Vikings. You know, that's it's a good army. MaxPax, he's making sure to take fights outside of his own bases. Trying to track the Terran army as well. He still does use the observers. Observer, singular, but it's not in surveillance mode. It's still helpful. And if he doesn't use observers, he's very good about putting zealots around or even probes for some scouting. Beyond is going to try and transition into Liberators at this point. There is Liberator range, +2 ship weapons on the way, and now he just needs to lose some supply to add in those Liberators, but with the 4 command centers being put down, kind of tells you as to where the Terran headspace is at, what their ultimate motive is. If they had, been attacking you, they probably would be replacing units, not building 4 extra command centers. Despite Beyond's movement, never really a dedication to the attack. Once that perfect Terran army with Liberators were really moving out onto the field, moving into MaxPax's bases. So MaxPax does get his 6th, excuse me. It's one of those 6 that's very dangerous, though, because once Liberators are out, they can just park themselves here. 7th on the way in the corner, too. Beyond seems content the way that this game has gone. Yes, he probably could have won after killing 30 probes. And seemingly, with a good army remaining, it really feels like most of the Protoss would not have attacked in. They would have said, nah, just like scare him a little bit and then keep the army alive while I try to replace the economy. And I think that still would have ended in the Protoss' death. It would have been an understandable call for Protoss to make. I still think it would have been dead Protoss. But instead, MaxPax chooses that right moment. And it does just enough. And so Beyond has to accept the game that has been given to him. And there's a game in which now he can't just say, okay, you're definitely dead. Just get out of the game, kid. He actually has to really try. 5th base is up and now. Killed the observer that was tracking it with the missile turret. Missile turret, speaking of, now defending this base appropriately versus even speedy warp prisms, of which they do have speed. Observers also have speed. 3-1 for the Protoss, +2 about to finish for the armor. 3-3, very close to finishing for Beyond as well. I mean, he's very, very close to having the absolutely perfect composition. And one Liberator sieged up, because why not? This is absolutely what you get on Maganatha. Is it fair? Eh. But then again, the Protoss does have other bases they can start taking. Liberator number is getting awfully high. It's at 6, and I think we could go up to even 12. Maybe lose a couple of medevacs. Yeah. It is actually kind of tough to decide exactly what you want to give up here, but a number as high as 10 Liberators often feels good. But it's 4 more medevacs, actually. Instead of more Liberators. All the miscellaneous upgrades coming in as well. Plus 3 ship weapons doesn't have a change in the kill shot, but still more damage. This does seem to now be a position in which both players could win. 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, before the Liberators were out, but then again, before Max Packs had an extra 2 or 3 bases. Yeah, I was kind of more scared for the Protoss taking a bad engagement than I was for the Terran buckling under the pressure. But now it really is the classic PvT scenario. The Terran's army, pretty much better. A lot of damage being done to both sides right there. More so for Protoss as they dip down in supply, but yeah. Terran army is better in a straight-up fight, just mano-a-mano a lot of times, with all their units pre-siege, Vikings getting the shots, whatever, whatever. But the Protoss army, well, it can't win the first and, you know, potentially only fight, I guess. It can win over time. It just needs to make sure that this is not the only fight. That they are not completely taken down, every last Zealot, Stalker, and Disruptor. And it will whittle away at the Terran, who will struggle to get to the 6th base. The fact that Beyond gets to 5 is pretty good, really. I mean, that is scary for the Terran. It's almost like facing a mech Terran. When a mech Terran arrives in a matchup, not this matchup, but other matchups, we often say, stop them from expanding. Don't let them get to the 3rd easily, don't let them get to the 4th easily. God forbid they get to a 5th, and if they get to a 6th, just give up. Not actually, but yeah. Because they're getting to a perfect army alongside a really strong economy. And you're like, well, I'm never going to break them, this sucks. And even though this isn't mech, we have a similar idea. I mean, the fact that a 5th base is up and running and properly protected means that the Terran doesn't have to run around protecting all their bases. They can more so focus on the engagement, start siege hopping those Liberators, bring the ultimate Terran composition across the map. And the closer they get to your base, the less you have time to reinforce and replace army that you are 100% trading. So it's very scary. It's the same type of tempo when the Terran does play very defensive, kind of turtly style, you know, that you talk about when you talk about mech. You can see their efficiency right now, 6,000 resources more used and abused from Max Packs, who needs these extra bases. Very Zergy right now. They literally need the extra bases to beat out the Terran's efficiency. Things are getting very, very scary, however, as the Terran now grabs that 6th, apparently without any repercussions. I suppose now is time to talk about another development that happened before the patch. Let's zoom out from this particular game and talk about the Estrella games that we saw 4 months ago. I do believe that Estrella has shown a new and/or more perfected way of playing late-game Protoss versus Terran. Traditionally, across 15 years of StarCraft 2, honestly, like, super, super turtle games don't happen that often, but when they did, it was usually the Protoss more so has the onus of not getting into that position. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that, actually. that has gone back and forth. Who has the better late game army has gone back and forth in all matchups across 15 years. It's been a lot of patches. But let's say for the last couple, the Terran kind of has the better late game. The Protoss very hesitant to get to Tempest because not only is the transition expensive and slow, and thus very lethal, I mean, it actually just wasn't as good. Like, they typically would just still die. But they also try to take engagements while going into Tempests. And what Estrella showed 5 months ago was basically get to Tempest, but really get to Tempest. Get to Tempest, Storms, Disruptors, Mothership, all the shit. And then just never move. Now, that's a bit more difficult to do on a big map like Maganatha. I'm very aware of that. So I'm not saying that, you know, that's the end-all be-all, do it, or if you don't do it, you're stupid. But it is a way that no one was really doing. I mean, just people's own limits of their patience alone would often stop people from playing like Estrella. Because after an hour of doing the same thing, most people would be like, you know what, I don't even care anymore. Let's just end the game one way or another. It is very clear at this time, however, as I've been talking theory, that MaxPax is not doing that, / not given the opportunity to do that. He has been forced to take engagement after engagement and has lost 5 Tempests already, and at no point was there 5 Tempests on the field. They've all been killed one after another. And so his transition over into that late game with Tempest has been a failure thus far, and has been the weak point that every Protoss fears when forced to go into Tempests. This is why they often do not do it. The 2 ways of playing against late game Terran is either to be so active on the map with ground gateway armies that the Liberators are never well positioned, the Marauders are never protecting them, whatever, or to get to a good number of Tempests. And most Protoss players just wouldn't go for the latter option because it was bad. And you can see now the most effective fight that Protoss has had in the last 2 minutes has been won with a pure ground-based army. 2 Tempests arriving did not do shit. Liberators were a little out of position. Bioball was successfully surrounded. That is not an opportunity that's going to be given very often to MaxPax, so he does get the opportunity there, but he knows that that's not a freebie often given. Not that it was a freebie, but it's not an opportunity given. So he is still trying to make that transition over into Tempest as well, something that can actually go against the air of the opponent. But it is so damn difficult for Protoss to do that. Especially when the Viking count has been so high for so long, the Tempests haven't really had a chance. Still 10 Vikings available. They do have that +3 upgrade. They even have 2 plating. Meanwhile, the air upgrade to the Protoss suck only at that +2. No armor, only 1 shield. I will say, though, if the Terran is a bit reeling, as Bjorn kind of is, like he has been forced to disengage and run back to his own base, I do wonder if going back into this mass gateway is the way to go. MaxPax was kind of going back into Tempest, and, you know, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, because you are so scared of that late game, but I do wonder, maybe this is the way to go at this point. Liberators are siege hopping very carefully again. So you can see kind of the way that Bjorn is also starting to mix and match his own engagements. You know, when it was Tempests that were more so the focus, trying to get to that good number of Tempests, he was going after him. He was trying to kill him before they even got to a good number. When the Bio Ball was starting to push back, or the Gateway Ball was starting to push back on him, you kind of calm things down, start siege hopping much more carefully. And then that's where the Gateway army really struggles. Like, it needs to be forcing an engagement over on the far left and the far right and into the main base and keep those Liberators alone or mispositioned to really have a shot. And if they can't do that, you need some range. So you need Tempests, but the Tempests still aren't really being the best thing here. How many have gone down? 8 Tempests have gone down if they feel like they've been mostly ineffective. There's all the indirect things they're doing, like making sure Vikings are still being produced over Liberators. They are still occasionally getting shots and actually killing things, of course, but compared to the efficiency of the Terran, it's not been great. 9,000 now in the hole there for MaxPax as the Liberators siege more and more forward, and their Nexus will go down. Not that it was mining. But it is now dead and gone. Liberators are not only offending, they are moving closer to max packs, they're also defending a gold base for the Terran. And max packs is running out of resources to mine from. He does still have the gold base over here, which he should probably take at the very least just to get... just to have it, I suppose, when the minerals do run out of his corner bases. He's not thinking of it, he's not prioritizing it. But he is at that 28-minute position where you're literally running out of minerals. You need all the bases, because your efficiency is not quite as good. Liberators, what number are they? 7. Probably could use a few more. If max packs, I was speaking of minerals, but gas is also a huge problem. If max packs could get to, let's say, 12, I don't know, 10 Tempest, 10 carriers, I don't know. I'd be more of a believer of the air, and he is trying to get there. I think you also wouldn't need that static defense to help out, though. Beyond feeling very confident about his army movement, he knows that the Protoss, he just hasn't really been throwing anything his way. The army is very clearly the thing he keeps on scanning right in front of him, so just send a handful of units up to the top right. You could do so for the bottom left as well, and there wouldn't really be much max packs could do. Did he just kill 7 Saga Zone over? It's very possible. I missed it, but I have no doubt it happened. Oh, well, that's a mistake right there. Hope he just put his bio ball back into one hotkey. 10 more Vikings are on the way as Bjorn realizes, hey, you're going back into producing air. I now need to worry about that first and foremost. Max Pax has a 30, almost 40 army supply lead. And that's because he has lost probes. He hasn't rebuilt them. He hasn't rebuilt the Nexus. Trying to do what Terran often does. The problem with that is that, well, I'm not going to say it's a problem. I'd say that's a pretty good emergency play, actually. It's just that the Terran has still been so efficient even when they have SCVs keeping their army count low. Let's see if that efficiency continues. I think it might just. Liberator's still helping out in the chokes against the ground. Vikings taking care of the air, and yeah, Max Pax's supply now only 10 ahead of his opponent, so yeah. As I said, I don't think it's a bad idea at all, but unfortunately the efficiency is still so good for the Terran. That's a 12,000 resource difference now, so that was really good for Bjorn. Max Pax not quite getting to either position you'd really want in late game PvT. Again, either you've taken all the bases, you've taken all the map control, you're attacking in so many directions the Terran can't keep up, or you've actually gotten to a good number of Tempests, a good number of carriers, a good number of static defense, and you know, can try and take them mano a mano. Couldn't get to either one. And that is a bit of a ripple effect of the early game, isn't it? If the early game wasn't so bad for Max Pax, he doesn't have to do that play that sacrifices his own army. Does kill Bjorn, does keep him in the game, I would argue, but still. And then he has the same tempo as he does in every other beautiful PvT he's ever played, where he does have massive amounts of Zealot reinforcements and rebuilds Colossus like he doesn't care, and, you know, keeps a Terran on 4 bases, if that. Couldn't do it this game. And Bjorn actually ended up playing a game like that pretty well. Just said, you know what? I don't have to try and kill you. Yeah, it sucks I can't kill you easily, like I thought I would after I killed 30 probes. But, yeah, you're going to have to play late game versus me. And I'm going to prepare for that. Extra command centers, extra stack defense, all the upgrades. It is a difficult position for Protoss to be in. late game. There's like late game, and there's late game, and then there's late game. And I think late game is maybe where Protoss really struggles. Late game is like what Estrella did. And then that's just boring as shit. So, Bjorn, he is going to now be waiting for the winner of Hero versus Max Pax, which is a PvP best of 1. Late game, mega late game, and giga late game. Is there a Terra late game? Two late game, 5 me. I assume they were going to veto very quickly. High Templar throw static wool patch. Yes. Any unit that runs through Storm now just gets a little static shock. Buff feedback, insta delete ghosts and infestors. That might be a little too good. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster is getting released soon. Gotta make time for that. Mildly inconveniencing Templars, yeah. I'm gonna have to redo the vetoes. Or not the vetoes. I have to redo the predictions. Oh no, we're in game. We're good. We're good. Get your bets in. High Templar, more like mid Templar. I might even say low Templar. I mean, it has been severely degraded. All right, PvP to determine who goes back into the upper bracket and faces Beyond, either again for Max Packs or for the first time in this tournament, Hero. It is a best of one unless things have changed, so let me just quickly go make sure they haven't. Sometimes they change up the format on me, and it makes me very frustrated. Yeah, lower bracket matches are all best of one. Okay, so PvP, best of one, very scary stuff. Now, they do play a lot against each other. So, there's only so much, I suppose, to, you know, a best of three giving you information about your opponent at this point. You know almost everything there is to know about your opponent, seriously. But I will say, I'm sure day to day, series to series, there's always a little bit to learn in a best of 3, 5, 7, whatever. Even though you've watched this guy play for years and you've played against him for years. You don't get that now. It's also PvP. And it's like, you know, throw fucking darts, right? At least that would be usually what it is in a non-Max Packs PvP. It's a little less like dart throwing. I don't know what other game, but it's a different game. Max Packs 1 gate expands 9 times out of 10. And Hero, in response to Max Packs' gateway expand, usually does all in. Hero versus Geralt, Hero versus Mana, Mana versus Classic. Name any other PvP and it could be whatever. But these two, usually, that would be the game. It isn't here, though. Max Packs is going to 2 gateway, although it does look like a more... maybe it's not, actually. Never mind. So he does 2 gateway versus 2 gateway. And that's something that Hero did not scout. So that might come as a bit of a shock to him, but he's going to scout at a time where he can still react to it. If he had already thrown down a 3rd gateway, a robo, a proxy pylon, and then whatever with the proxy pylon, then you can't really change your mind too much. But now he knows the 2 gateway, knows that the expansion should be on the way. It's not guaranteed just because there's 2 gateways here. I mean, there could be something nefarious happening. Still, Nexus would likely come down. This will scout the probe trying to make it or block it, either way. It is going to be canceled because it is not going to get the scout he was hoping for. As they are both not 2-gate expanding. Both of them went 2-gate into Stargate. So there is that delay. So the Nexus does in fact come down. But Hero is going to have to recheck for that. And it would be a wise rechecking. At this point in time, he might already kind of figure that it's a Stargate, though. Yeah, I think he does, because he is building a Phoenix first, just again off the timing of that Nexus. He does scout, see the Nexus, so obviously there's nothing even worse than a Stargate on the way. And now it's Max Packs' problem. Max Packs is going to see the Nexus, and maybe... I don't know if he did scout it before it was put down. Well, he sees the Stargate. I was going to do a whole lot of conjecture about whether or not he could figure out it was a Stargate, but hey, there it is. What a nice little treat there for the probe, who is still in his base and is not being taken care of. Sees that it's Phoenix. Sometimes Protoss still go for an Oracle even though they know the Phoenix would be out, because the Phoenix can't be in all places at the right time, and an Oracle in the right base can still kill a bunch of probes before the Phoenix find it. So, I still see that. I don't know if that is the case here or he just didn't know, but either way, the Oracle has to be very careful with how it's used. It is used to defend. Very well, actually. Max Packs definitely needed that little extra damage, make sure the 3 Adepts didn't get maybe more like 4 or 5 probes. Of course, this also could have lifted 1, so still taking away the 1 shot, but good defense. And the Oracle is still a threat. You know, Hero is gonna have to worry about it. He doesn't really want to afford a shield battery to stop it from killing probes, but there is a chance as his Phoenix go over there, over here, and then not over there. There's a chance the Oracle swoops in and kills probes. The longer the game goes, the less impactful they'll probably be. And we should talk more and more about how many Phoenix they each have, because now we're in a Phoenix versus Phoenix game. My favorite! It's really not, but it has been like 5 months since I've seen it, so I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Seriously, though, because he made an Oracle, Max Packs has 1 less Phoenix. But then Max Packs is something kind of cute, and that was he kind of built into Stalkers. So he's hoping the Stalkers are going to help him in the Phoenix battle. And maybe they are, maybe they won't. Interesting decision. Hero picks up the Stalkers, which means his Phoenix weren't shooting, but he had his own number of Stalkers. He actually built 3 Stalkers himself. So I could definitely see how that could have worked out. Oracle tried to swoop in at the same time, manages to grab 5 probes. Not quite the devastation that Max Pax was looking for, because that really theorized what could have happened there. Hero is surprised at the audacity of Max Pax attacking him, because, hey, you have 1 less Phoenix, what the hell? Is never in position, doesn't micro appropriately. Or he is so focused on the frontal attack that he does not remember to stop the Oracle from killing all his probes. Like, there was a couple of good opportunities there, and Hero did an excellent job mitigating the damage. He does still remain 4 probes less, but I'm not as concerned about that. Well, maybe I am. Max Pax has a pretty solid defensive setup, although he does let 2 Adepts in the main base. Not worth it. Not with a Phoenix able to lift him. If the Adepts literally get to the probe line, then I think you do let them shade if the Phoenix are just a little bit away. But if they're nowhere close to the probe line, it's not worth it. And speaking of probes, 3 more were just killed. I don't know what killed them. I guess Adepts. Max Pax had hidden an Adept somewhere. That was very, very good of him. Anticipating Hero's immediate rebuttal. Hate Adepts to shade in, force him back, or kill a couple of probes. These guys are smart. Back to the, is that a real problem? I think it is. Because I was kind of worried that Max Pax might still be 1 less Phoenix. Maybe he didn't have a shield battery. Maybe Hero's counter was actually very scary, but it wasn't. It was the exact number of units with a shield battery and 4 more probes. Meaning that Max Pax, with the 4 probes mining more, able to afford a 3rd Nexus. Hero, still waiting on the number. There it is. Pretty big difference. Still keeping in the Phoenix count as well. This is a fairly big lead for Max Pax. See if it holds. Both of them bringing in a Guardian Shield. Hero deciding not to truly engage. He is down a Phoenix. Defender's advantage will be kicking in. And Hero should be aware of that. Still sharking around for a good engagement, though. A couple of Zealots added in. Almost like a why not? Since they both grabbed Warp Gate. They could help. They could help, but it is still a lot of the Phoenix. 11 to 11. Shield battery about to finish as well, and Hero's attack has not worked thus far, so a 2nd shield battery even. Definitely not going to work. Things are looking bad for the blue Protoss, who is down now 7 workers, 8 workers. Later to the Nexus, later to the gases, later to the Fleet Beacon. He is going to give up on the Phoenix War. I'm not winning it. I suppose just kind of time to admit it. He's still building a Phoenix, though. I mean, I feel like he is going to actually try and make a big pivot over into ground. Adepts trying to run on in here alongside the Phoenix, and so the Adepts will get into the main base. The Phoenix successfully distracts. That is 6 probes killed. I'm not sure it was actually worth it, though. Because we still have Max Pax with a 6-worker lead as he does his own slight Adept damage. And he also went out in the Phoenix battle. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, you know, you gotta try. You gotta try. Yeah, we are gonna have that pivot over into ground with extra gateways, but the Twilight Council was first for the Dark Shrine, sure. Then to Blink. The problem with trying to go into Blink when you've lost the Phoenix battle is obviously getting to enough Blink Stalkers. If you're just getting 4 or 5 at a time, you know, 13 Phoenix will lift 17 Phoenix. We'll lift that and kill it, no problem. So this is desperation. Hero knows it's very unlikely to work, but so was playing the Phoenix game. A lot of shield batteries trying to defend here, but there's too many Phoenix, and they're too good. In this number, they are way too good. Hero might be killing probes on the side of the map, but he is losing his entire army, soon to be his own probe, soon to be the Nexus, and he will also lose the Phoenix War. So eventually, Hero straight up just loses. And any Impulse Crystal finish, but I don't think that mattered. Max Pax wins without it. Would love the idea of a base trade if Phoenix could actually attack structures. Even then, Max Pax is so speedy, he can just pull his Phoenix back at any point and kill his opponents. This is not a problem. There are no problems. Oh, well, okay, DTs are kind of a problem, but they're coming in too late. Oracle could be built. Robe was about to finish, so Observer's going to pop out. Cannon was already produced. Oh yeah, Cannon's already being produced. Does he saw the Dark Shrine of the main? Archons would be very helpful. And you can't pick up an Archon, so it will just stand there and do a lot of damage. If this had happened a minute prior, before all the probes died, before his army died, before his Phoenix died, I'd actually be a real believer. "15 probes and 3 Nexus." He's gonna go for the attack. Because the Phoenix cannot take out the Archon. So there's a chance. With a fleet beacon done, though, I mean, Max Packs could go into Tempest or Carriers. Just adds on a very small ground army. Just enough. And that'll be it. Max Packs wins, and we'll have the rematch against Bjorn in the upper bracket. GG's, GG's. How's PTR looking? I mean, it's not really anything right now, to be honest. Like, I mean, I don't think we really have a lot of conclusions to draw, except that it is universally agreed that Storm sucks. But that was definitely something you could tell with just looking at the numbers. I wouldn't say even the Observer change has really changed my viewing of PvT. And we haven't seen any Zergs, because Zergs don't join up for these tournaments. All right. We got ourselves another Max Packs versus Beyond best of 3. On Tokamak, top right Max Packs, bottom left Beyond. Beyond was able to win their previous best of 3. The upper bracket finals went to Beyond 2-1, thanks to, for Beyond, 1 SCV pool and 1 Supreme Turtle game. Well, thanks to Banshees. But now we get ourselves a rematch, and that means that if Beyond wins his best of 3, he wins. Straight up. If Max Packs wins, he has to play another best of 3. So who do I think is going to win? I actually really don't know. Beyond is he is the Terran. He is very scrappy. He's got the micro, he's got the turtle experience, he's got the scrappiness. I mean, he is Terran. And Max Packs, I don't think it's so much the embodiment of Protoss, because maybe that's someone who's very turtly, actually. It kind of depends on what your own view is as far as what Protoss' identity is. But I do think he's one of the world's best Protosses, if not the best. So, while he did lose their initial best of 3, you could kind of say, you could argue that it was 2 drastic things that are not unlikely to happen again, because the SCV pull could always happen. But the Banshee thing, that doesn't happen in many of Max Packs' games at all. Losing, I think it was 27, 24 something probes to just the Banshees and then more after. That was brutal. That was shocking, because it wasn't even he was going for a roboless build. He had a robo. He had Blink Stalkers. I mean, that was one of the worst games I've ever seen from Max Packs, and also for Banshees, the best game I've ever seen for Banshees in quite some time. Not to say that, hey, if only this guy wouldn't use Banshees or SCV pull, then Max Packs would be the better player. Yeah. No, but just that there'd be probably a more contentious game and series if they just played like a very familiar tempo 3cc versus 4 base. I think they'd be pretty well matched. If I would give Max Packs a bit of a lead in those normal games with the Terran. Oh, that Reaper was not supposed to die. With Beyond, yeah, needing to be a bit more of the scrappy build order connoisseur guy, because they have played each other quite a bit, and Max Packs does typically win. So Beyond does need to be a little bit more clever, even though he's a very good player all around. Max Packs' PvT is just pretty amazing, and the Storm nerf hasn't affected his PvT as much as maybe some others. 2 Adepts gonna try and be bullies here, but it's a factory expand, so I don't think they'll be bullies for very long. Wouldn't mind going to deter them alongside a Hellion. This was not that Reaper Hellion opener, which would have been something that Max Packs had to be concerned about if he didn't just get a Scout. Does lose an Adept. I think he wanted that to happen. Second Adept going to get injured as well. But he knows that it's not going to be Reapers and Hellions. He does not need a shield battery. Strictly didn't need the wall, I suppose, either, but I would say almost no downside to the wall. If Beyond were to do a tank push, then the wall can be a downside, but Beyond, I've tried to explain it before. It is hard to explain, but Beyond can do a lot of different builds. He can be very aggressive. He can do a lot of cheeses even. He did the 1-1-1 versus Hero, but he's still not quite the same type of aggression as Gumiho. Gumiho, I think, absolutely would do these kind of 2-base tank pushes, and then I would be really concerned about a wall. But Beyond, he might do the 1-base, he might do a 2-base SCV pull, he might do a Hellion drop, but not as much of those tank pushes. Anyway. Third Nexus is coming down. It is a... Oh, no, that is absolutely not for a third, is it? That's for a scouting pylon. That is a 4-gate. That is a classic 4-gate from Max Packs. What he not originally made a name for, because he was the Max Packs, but after the Max Packs, 4-gate was Max Packs. Max Packs was the 4-gate. And that was a real problem for Terrans. They did not know how to defend against his 4-gate. Other 4-gates, yes. His 4-gate, no. Wouldn't mind already getting a cheeky stalker there is quite nice. But Terrans all around have gotten better against the 4-gate. Once they realize how committed it is, and that is a good number of stalkers showing up on the front line, Beyond should realize this. They have gotten pretty good at defending against it. So I would say more tanks, first of all, and then maybe a second bunker. Beyond not getting either one of those things does make me a little bit worried. 2 tanks are available. 1 tank going to go down. Second tank is going to be in the sights. But the Warp Prism fell. Okay, this is now a chance for Beyond to defend. With the Warp Prism alive, I actually think that might have been game over. No other tank on the way, only Marines without stim. Goodness, no. But without the Warp Prism, maybe? He does need to corral these stalkers. The Marines are getting gunned down as they don't have the range, but now, up close and personal, they do start to tear through some of the weakened stalkers. 1 more does go down, but still 4 stalkers. Almighty magic one-shot on the SCVs and the Marines. And they are blinking around, adding in all the extra bit of damage. This, with that Warp Prism kill, I think this turns from... Oh! Well, I was wrong. Definitely game over to maybe game over, but apparently it was still a definitive game over. Beyond did not like how many SCVs he lost, did not like how many Marines he lost. The Warp Prism was being remade, most likely, and he knew that the next round of Stalkers would in fact kill him. So yeah. Fair enough. But, you know, I don't think Beyond was expecting the 4-gate. Simple as. I think he thought it would be a 3-gate. In which case, he would probably survive with 2 tanks and 1 bunker. Even then, it's still kind of dangerous against Max Packs. If Max Packs is 3-gating with a goal to win in mind, not just one of those, like, half-hearted 3-gates, you still have to be really scared of it. But a 4-gate, definitely. Like I said, definitely the 3rd tank. I think you definitely keep building tanks until it's done. And then the 2nd bunker, probably. And that's why Max Pax throws it in every now and again. 3 years ago, Max Pax would have done a 4-gate every game almost, because it also would have been winning every game. Now he is more conservative with it. He knows that if he does it every game, they will ultimately be very prepared for it. His follow-up will not be as effective, and he will lose. But that worked that time. Now he's up 1. Top left of Persephone, it is Max Pax. Bottom left, it is Beyond. And Beyond, you cheeky bugger. Is he going to do the same 1-1-1 all-in that he did versus Hero? I'd be very surprised, just because I was surprised in the first place when he did it versus Hero. That was a big call to say, I don't think I'm going to be scouted. And just because Hero didn't scout doesn't mean that Max Pax wouldn't scout. It is going to be a proxy barracks, at least. I don't think we'll get the factory and the starport. In the last Persephone game Beyond played, I'm pretty sure he had just full-on 100% figured he was going to 1-1-1 proxy. Because he built a Marine first. He built a Marine, then the factory. I mean, he didn't... If he was just going to proxy Reaper and then said, oh, he's not scouting me, I'm going to do something else, I don't think he would have built a Marine first. Although I could be wrong. I mean, this is a more typical scout timing. So Hero, when he scouts, it's often like literally the first thing he can do. Spawn in the game, pull the probe. This was the, what was it, the Gateway Scout, maybe? Which I think is pretty common. And his barracks had only just finished as the probes arrived, so maybe that last game versus Hero, it was just a reaction to not seeing the probe enter into his base. That's fun. That's fun. But not the game I'm talking about. Point is, this time around, the probe definitely scouted, and he will definitely not be proxying the factory. Pulls ultimately 3 workers off the line. 1 to build, 1 to build the barracks, and 1 to help out, so that probe should feel proud of itself. It knows it is a proxy barracks, well, here's the Reaper doing its thing. There you have it. No probe kills as of yet. Sometimes you can stop every probe from dying. And you get a little gold star. ZombieGrub gives you a little gold star. and she sees you at an event. Oh my god, Max Pax will get a gold star. That's one reason to come to an offline event. Come on, Max Pax. But seriously, very impressive not to lose a single probe. Very impressive. Even the scouting probe might survive? That never happens. Oh my god. Save him, save him! Save me, save me! Oh my god. Popeye Adept just saved that probe. Good god. Well, that's very impressive. Max Pax, hot damn. On the other side of things, Bjorn, oopsie poopsie. That's not what you want from a proxy Reaper at all. And he did make 2 Reapers as well. There's always a chance they come in later and a surprise. They kill 5 probes, but there is a pretty drastic difference of the economy hit between, minute 2 and losing 3 probes and minute 6 and losing 5 probes. So that sucks for Bjorn, who, again, has another life. He has another best of 3 to fall back on. But you don't want to have the precedent, this best of 3 going so terribly wrong. Easy victory for Max Pax with the 4-gate. Easy victory for Max Pax in this game, potentially. And then you go into another best of 3. That doesn't set the tone very well. Of course, this game is not at all determined, just to be super clear. One Adept did not realize Cyclone was on the way. Does die, but not much more can be gained. What Bien is doing behind this, though, is a little clever. Max Pax, even in the pre-patch meta, wasn't particularly fond of the Sentry openers, actually. While every other Protoss was experimenting with, Sentry first, Sentry second, Sentry third, Sentry in half their games, no Sentry in another half their games. Max Pax wasn't doing a lot of that, actually. And he seems to have kind of just stopped it entirely if he was doing it. So there's been no Sentry openers from Max Pax in any of the PVTs today. And that means he's not scouting this 3rd CC. He is first focused on defending his economy, which he is going into a 3rd Nexus off of 2 gateways. So 3 gateways. There you are. So it's still the economy first approach. The Warp Prism is coming out. Blink is done. He will do a little bit of pressure, but it's the economy first, which Bjorn does know. And so there's a chance he won't even scout the 3rd CC. If he does scout it, that's susceptible. That's vulnerable. That's going to have to lift and leave. But it is done. And so that's still pretty good. If there is a Sentry opener, he sees that building on location, I don't know, maybe 4 gates. Max Pax, is he going to see it? Is he going to see it? Not quite going to see it. I feel like he's eventually going to see it, though. The Warp Prism is too close not to see it. Boom. Yep. He's like, hey, wait. Don't do that. Max Pax isn't warping any more Stalkers, though. I feel like if he had 8 Stalkers, 7, 3-gate. If he had 7 Stalkers before the tanks arrived, maybe not, maybe not. Certainly if he had 10 Stalkers, if he had warped in as fast as possible, as soon as he could, no Warp Prism dancing, I think you do have to cancel the Orbital and leave, but that's not the case, so. Orbital is going to mine, but that's 3 different locations that you have to defend. And he, once again, did not go into a 3rd tank, or 4th tank. He did go into a 3rd tank. That's very good. Their tank in the main base right here is very important, but it is going to get deleted. Marines, again, not exactly what you want against Stalkers that can outrange them and micro against them. He's going to blink aggressively into the Marines. And that means a couple of the weakened Stalkers could go down. The good Warpers and Micro tanks of Unsiege are now joining into the fight, and maybe at the right time, too, as the Stalkers have been staying around for a long time. But oh, while that was happening, a Liberator killed 11 probes and was about to get at least a couple more. Oh no, that was supposed to be all good for Max Pax. Instead, Max Pax might have just lost out too much right there. I mean, not too much as he's going to end the game, but he might have lost a bit too much. Really feel comfortable. He has replaced some Stalkers, replacing more. He now has 6 gateways. I like this. I really like this. And Bjorn's going to tap out. Woo! Bjorn did not think that Max Pax was going to continue to being aggressive. That had to have been it. Because he could have lifted his 3rd CC, locked in to a defense on his 2 bases, and just wait till he had a couple more units. But instead, he tried to defend his 3rd CC again. I guess he didn't think the Liberator did enough damage. That even if he still had his 3rd CC alive, but it wasn't mining, that he still wouldn't be doing very well in the game. Is that true? I'm not sure. I'm really not. 7 SCVs went down, a lot of Marines went down, but he was working his way up to Stim and all the barracks. I would like to see the same game play out, where you lift the 3rd and just hole up in your 2 base for a little while, but don't have time for that. So instead, Max Pax wins that best of 3, but it means we get another one. One more best of 3 to see who actually wins a Monday Night Weekly. Wait a minute. Son of a bitch. Oh. All right, so I'm just going to leave, obviously I can't take back the credits anyway, but who cares? So, first of all, there's a patch. They just pushed an update. We all have to re-patch and open things up again. So, that's fun. Second of all, they changed it at some point. I don't know when. I tried to look for the lower. I didn't check for the upper. It used to be that it was a best of 3 into a best of 3, but they've changed it, so now it's a best of 5 into a best of 3. I don't know what it patched. Because they haven't released a new article about it. Good guy, Bjorn. Making sure there's game heart. See, I don't know how to make the predictions now that would be fair, so we're just not going to have predictions. Maybe Max Pax immediately wins and we can go into the best of 3 like expected. And we probably won't know what changed. I mean, my instinct would be that they changed Storm, just because that was very obviously not a good change. But Max Pax doesn't even make High Templars, so he's not going to check. And even if he did, he wouldn't do it as they are in the patch, because they suck. And he's not going to do it just to see. My expectation would be that they would remove the nerf to Storm, the change, I guess, and probably remove the abduct, just because it's too hard to program. Whoa. Are they going to restart from? You want the abduct change? A very small amount of people, apparently. Alright, so this is a best of 5, actually. At some point, they changed it. It did used to be best of 3 and a best of 3. That's fine. Just some people won money, I guess, on the channel points. And maybe they shouldn't, but honestly, I do feel like Max Pax is on a roll, despite the hiccup of the patch. And I think he will win this series overall. But the top right, it is Max Pax. Bottom left, it is Bjorn. Max Pax is in a 4-gate. He did an appropriate response to Bjorn's greedy 3rd CC. And now I just feel like he's on a roll and he's not going to let go. Including, but not limited to, the best of 5 here, and then the best of 3. That they'll play after. I could be wrong. Bjorn's shaking things up. Gonna get an engineering bay block, which this probe is gonna be too late to scout to pull probes for, so he will just have to deal with it. And by deal with it, I mean get the 3rd Nexus. If he doesn't, then he has to chrono a Zealot and pull the probes, and it's such a severe delay. Bjorn first goes to the triangle 3rd. Looks like Max Pax. I was going to say, I don't think takes that 3rd anyway, so that was a bit interesting. But does just go to the usual 3rd, actually, and takes it. I suppose maybe sometimes when a Protoss is an engineering bay block, they do take this triangle. So it's, it is either or, and the SCV can only go into one place. The abduct change made 0 sense kind of out of left field. I feel like when people say that, they aren't taking into account the microbial shroud change. Like, people kind of sometimes, and I'm not blaming you or anything, right? But any of us, me included, can sometimes look at a change in a vacuum and be like, why does that change happen? Well, when you give Zerg an ability that is like Dark Swarm, where it reduces half of the damage to the Zerg army itself, you do have to wonder, well, how are Terran units as a whole going to function? Because every one of them is ranged, including but not limited to tanks. So we got to take something away. We got to, we gave them this really good defensive, offensive. We gave them a very good spell. What do we do in turn? And they decided to take away Abduct. That logic is sound to me, actually. I think what is more problematic is the theme, which it's very difficult to explain to new people like StarCraft in general, but suddenly they can't abduct the tank, but they can abduct most other things. That is a bit weird. And then that they can't figure out how to program it, because right now it's basically it's a heroic unit that doesn't work, because then they can't be neuraled. Yeah. I think those are bigger problems.
Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Thank you very much, Silly Dobby, for the 80 months. Abduct is bad game design. Yeah, I really don't mind the idea of it, but there have been the bugaboos. There's been, the mothership. Is she or is she abductable? Is she not? Is she? Is she not? Is she? Is she not? And then, how many other things are too abductable or not worth abduct or whatever, I guess. But to me, you don't get abducts anymore, but it is like a cool factor. All right. I actually think Microbial Shroud is a much more fun thing for Zergs now. I actually really like that it's fun. I think Zergs are going to feel very, very strong with it once they figure it out. Anyway, I've talked nothing about the game. It's 4.5 minutes. We did have a factory expand of nothing but Marines, interestingly enough, that has gone into a 3-1, so this is going to be an SCV pool. I don't know if MaxPax knows about this. He doesn't know about the additional barracks, and just a Marine opener I don't think is like indicative of this. Like, the Marine opener was interesting. MaxPax obviously did have no problems grabbing his natural at his third, and is now grabbing his third at his natural, but he really needs to determine that this is a tank push, which he has yet to do. Did he see that? Okay, now I see some SEVs pulled. So, obviously, the tank push got to reveal itself. I think he did see it. He wouldn't have blinked aggressively like that, knowing where the SCVs were going. So he does take the trade here. Gets the Warp Prism out of the range. Doesn't quite kill the Cyclone, which will be repaired up. 3 Stalkers killed just for that 1 tank. That sounds like a bad deal, but actually taking the tank out is of extreme importance. And also just delaying this. The fact that this is happening on Beyond side of the map is really good. Scan for the observer that was not in surveillance mode. And then MaxPax, he's not going to really let this go. This is not his only response to this attack. He knows the attack could still happen, even if the Stalkers keep on sitting here and waving at the tanks. He's building his actual defenses while he does this. And that's what's really important. I would say that the efficiency of this push is already reduced by like 50%, honestly. If you get tank pushed like this as a Protoss and you had no idea it was on the way and the tanks are here and shooting at you before you even know, you're just dead. But being on them, harrying them, is really important. Zealot getting close. Stalkers on the backside grab the tanks. The Immortals are still alive. Guardian Shield, very effective. Stalkers even saved the Warp Prism. Nice handling for this. I mean, beautiful handling. Jesus. MaxPax, clinical, will be going into that best of 3 decider. GG's. The bracket reset is official. Losing on purpose so the patch doesn't change. No. MaxPax isn't even losing. He isn't even using the patch stuff. I think I work around patch changes and play stuff that didn't change. I think, well, you know, obviously I would think it depends on what was changed. If Reapers were changed, I mean, Beyond's not going to not use them. But when it comes to this thing, I mean, yeah, Storm was not really going to affect MaxPax. He was one of the lesser users of it. And there's nothing really that a Terran would play into to test these changes. I mean, by just going for Vikings against Colossus, Beyond is testing the changes. Sub-Zero isn't having any luck on the PTR. Unfortunate. Yet we go on. It is now a best of 3 to determine the overall victor of the Monday Night Weeklies. Yes, the best of 5 was just played, but because Beyond was in the upper bracket, he had that to give. And there is what they call a bracket reset, which if you are into any other tournament, esports, regular sports, whatever, you probably know what that is. StarCraft 2, for whatever reason, just really didn't like using them. But it means that a bracket reset now is like MaxPax won his way to the upper bracket now, and now they're actually playing the true finals, which is the best of 3. Bottom left is MaxPax, top right it is Beyond. It is interesting that StarCraft 2 is an outlier for these types of brackets, but to me it always made sense, actually. You know, I think maybe they were used way back in the day for like MLGs. I don't remember. But they must have stopped using them. And the very simple reason, I think, would have been just because it was already such a detriment to be in the lower bracket that there was not good enough reason to make them play 2 series. Plus, to me, I think it's kind of a hype killer. I don't really like it. For other games, like a fighting game, it feels like it happens so fast that you kind of, it's seamless. For StarCraft 2, where every game is at least like 10-ish minutes and then goes 20 or 30, being like, and the best of 5 after 2 hours goes to Beyond, but it doesn't fucking matter. We have to play another one. So, I think if the lower bracket is all best of 1s and it's a short tournament as well like this, then it does, you know, have some merit. But the MLG days, those lower brackets were actually just, I mean, to persevere through them was incredible. They were so incredibly long. So many people. So anyway, it's also just nice to have tournaments with different formats, actually. Since we have so few that changed formats. I also hope that as StarCraft 2 goes more into a grassroots scene, that we also go back to tournaments having slightly different map pools. I understand why it consolidated back in like 2013, but it has been something I feel is missing. The experimentation allowed and the uniqueness allowed to really differentiate tournaments. Pretty typical opener so far this time around. Well, it was another Marine opener, which led into that tank push of the last game. This time around it is going into a 1-1-1. So not the same opener. Max Pax has gone into a very typical Twilight Council. No reason to change here. It's working out for him. And he is on a roll. Beyond tried to change things up in that final game of their best of 5 by going for a tank push off of 2 bases. But Max Pax was on it. I mean, that I might even just go ahead and break that down as the most picture-perfect response to that tank push. Seriously, that was beautiful. Soup to nuts from beginning to end. So, in an effort to probably kind of reset the momentum, you know, Gun does a push like that. Well, it utterly failed. And Max Pax still looking very confident, although maybe a little overconfident. Overstayed his welcome. Was playing around against the Marines without a bunker, even though there was a high ground. He was using the depths to get the high ground vision, using the Stalker to grab a couple of kills. The Cyclone pops out and kind of ruins all of that, so only 2 Marines and an SCV have died. Meanwhile, a Stalker and a depth went down, so not what Max Pax was wanting. A Raven is on the way, actually, which, I mean, isn't uncommon. It's like the first time out of the 9 or whatever PVTs we've seen from Beyond. You know, it can go around to these spaces and do a little auto turret harassment, which is always nice. Anti-armor missile is useful. Interference matrix not being researched. Max Pax, oh no, just going very quickly into charge, I guess. But he still hasn't grabbed a forge. There's the forge. All right, so pretty typical setup then. Maybe he just chrono boosted more on the Stalkers, I'm not sure. On the Blink. Charge is already on the way. That'll be done. Lickety split. Observer is seen and scanned. It's going to go down thanks to the Cyclone. It did get a glimpse as to the follow-up, but it's the follow-up. This is not the time at which you actually would want to scout the Terran necessarily. You know it's a 1-1-1. That's your first really big scout after the command center. And then the fact they're getting 2 extra barracks beyond that, I would say it's not that big of a scout. I did get told while I've been not casting StarCraft, there's been a bit more in the mech game, which is cool, but I assumed, perhaps correctly, that was a bit of a phase. That was a bit of a gimmick. And so, yeah, okay, bio, you confirm it. But really what you want to be scouting, to get to the main point, is are they 2-basing or not? Do they grab a 3rd CC? Do they grab 4th and 5th barracks? That's pretty much the next, I think, the most important scout that a Protoss can make. 2 observers are here. I guess, you know, for Max Pax, you might be thinking back to that Banshee game. The fact that Bjorn has been getting banshees, plural, many, many banshees. But it's not that. It is a raven, which I'm not sure he has seen as of yet. So that's a little concerning because he did see an empty tech lab. Must have been on the starport. What was that for? So that's why he probably has a second observer, and it is staying back at home. Third CC is coming down, which the observer would love to get a sneak peek at, but is probably going to have to wait. If it doesn't see it, then the warp prism just might. Yeah, he's seeing. He doesn't see the third CC. He's going to keep the observer alive, though. Bjorn's got some eagle eyes. Going to see the push out as well. Very typical. Although, only one medevac? Oh, second medevac size at home. Interesting. Knows the war prism will be coming in, so of course he's going to keep some units at home, but just keeping one medevac at home, one medevac to push. Beyond, I suppose, special. I'm not sure if the other ones do it. Raven Auditor does end up finding 5 probes of damage. 5! But also a stalker, so that's really good Auditor. War Prism immediately deterred. I think it did lose a Zealot, as it was shocked to see such a good defense. Raven gets... I think that was an F2. That was a misclick. That Raven had no business going through the middle of the natural. What the hell is it doing? So that was maybe not worth it then. Because that Raven could have just stayed up there. They could have stayed there all game long. Just throwing out auto turrets. So funny sometimes. Sometimes you get the usual shedders in Twitch chat who are like, pro gamers suck as soon as they lose a game. They like, someone loses versus Cyril and they're like, he sucks. Can't believe he lost versus Cyril. And you're like, okay. So there's those people, and then there are people who really put the pro gamer on a pedestal. And recently I saw someone who probably does that, where someone was like, I mean, pros use F2 all the time, which is pretty correct, actually. And then someone was like, excuse you? You think pro gamers use F2? Who? And it's like, oh, if you watch enough StarCraft, I'm sure you'll see basically everyone eventually does. Even those who unhotkey it, like I have mine unhotkeyed, I still press it. I literally click on it when I need it. Anyway, push here from MaxPax. He's setting that tempo. He's getting the ball rolling. He wants to do a little bit of damage, a little bit of stim, a little bit of the medevac drain, all while having a safe retreat down the choke, down the ramp, whatever. But Bjorn certainly is not going to die to this push. He is very well set up. Healthy number of medevacs, healthy bio counts. 2 tanks now going to be sieged up, and the Viking count is growing, almost at 6. Going to be at equal upgrades very soon, too, as both of them are working on a second upgrade. And 4th base has been established for MaxPax at 73 probes. He is going to grab a Templar Archives. Oh, wait a second. I thought Storm sucked. Did someone tell him that Storm was actually changed? As a reminder, we had a blip in the best of 5 because Blizzard pushed a patch while we were casting, while we were playing. So we all had to restart. We don't know what that patch was. It could have been a bug fix. It could have been a change, an actual change. We don't know. But if the change didn't happen and it was a bug fix, then the Storm does not do good stuff. We have been making fun of it today. It's not a High Templar, it's a Mid Templar. It's not a Storm, it's an Electric Shock. So on and so forth. It's not very good. But MaxPax is going to play with it. Interesting. As I was saying in an earlier cast, I loved when Protoss started to add in Storm even before the overcharge change. Mid to late game. I thought it was great. Having an emergency Storm in your pocket when the Terran EMPs you and wins the battle and they just go charging on forward, and you having one Storm to stop them, it's a game changer. But then, you know, Storm became so obviously good with the overcharge that everyone was using it. Well, now we're at a point where the Storm should be really bad. The Storm should absolutely just tickle shit. I don't think Terrans will actually be dissuaded from pushing through Storm. We'll see. 5th base going to finish up as well for MaxPax. He's moving and grooving into that powerful economy as Bjorn tries to max out first before really getting his 4th on location, which it is done. Extra barracks, extra starport. Got ourselves a good old-fashioned macro game. MaxPax, even those High Templars, seems less inclined to get the Disruptors. He's actually just adding in Immortals. And this can be a very powerful combination. The storms are going to weaken the army. Even before Storm was nerfed, it was usually weakening, not killing. And the Immortals kill the Marauders, the Zealots chop up the Marines, whatever. But if this is the Storm, that is 2.5 damage over 10 seconds, whatever the hell it was, it is a little tickle machine. It does not do a lot. Is it just me, or does that look like it actually did some decent damage? Am I crazy? That Viking took a lot of damage, right? Tickle machine does sound awful, to be fair. But can we just get a double check that it looked like old Storm? Oh yeah, it wasn't 8 seconds. That's a much better way to say it. Look at the damage like a dumbass. Yeah, that definitely did not last 8 seconds. They reverted the storm change. Well, I did suspect that would be one of the first things changed, and I am happy about it, because more than it should have been changed, it should have been reverted. This means that Blizzard is paying attention. Wait, no, that is 8 seconds. That is 8 seconds. No. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I'm not really casting. I'm just trying to look to see if it's changed. That was 8 seconds. Get the stopwatch out. Yeah, exactly. It's 50-50. It's either old or new Storm. No one knows. Okay, yeah, you guys pay attention. You tell me what it is. I'll try and cast, I suppose. We do have ourselves apparently a macro game really settling in here, because while they did just fight, that could have been explosive, it wasn't. And instead we got 4 base Terran going on to 5, and a 6 base Protoss very soon. Stargate even coming down as Max Pax repairs a much faster transition over into Tempest than their earlier games today. We do need to look at the in-game seconds as well. 45, I think that was. That's like 5 seconds. So maybe they did what I said would probably be better, which is they were just too extreme with it, right? It was maybe 5 seconds and more damage, which I wouldn't mind either. I love that Max Pax maybe got the deets from someone, or actually looked, or I don't know what the hell he did, and it was like, I'm going to use it. And Beyond won't expect it. Well, of course, Beyond's been dealing with the storms for a while now. He's probably also wondering exactly what they're doing, but point is, I think they're actually a bit scarier now than they were on the original PTR. It did kind of look like Marina's still healing through them, so I can't say for sure. We're going to have to wait for the official announcement. Point is, they are adding in that damage. And, you know, however much damage it is across 50 units is still decent. Colossus have gone down, however, only 1 left over. Still a good number of Immortals, though, at 6. Max back got a Stargate for just in cases, but he's not eager to move over into Tempest. He is still trying to win out these battles, which I think he is slowly doing. Resources lost, double that for Max Pax, but when he has a very strong economy, still in the lower end of resource trades too, by the way. There was a lot of not a lot of things happening for the first 10 minutes in this game. Max Pack's going to continue pushing in. He is rebuilding his Colossus, who's not ready to totally give him up yet. A lot of EMPs inside this choke. Probably wants to kill those rocks, yep. A lot of storms are available, but he's so far keeping them away from the EMPs, of which Hyun has a decent amount. Max Pack's got a 7th base up. He is not stopping this 5th, however, so where is that War Prism? He has not remade it. Eyes totally on the battles right now. His focus totally on trying to break the front line. Two planetaries? That's a lot. That is a decent amount of damage, isn't it? Why not 2nd planetary? And with the rocks also not broken down, it means the Immortals, which would take out a planetary very quickly, aren't really getting their shots. They're all getting crowded and not being as good as they can be. Fleet Beacon and Stargate is on the way. Second Stargate, that is. That probably is the way to play. The thing is, you don't want to remove yourself from the aggression while you transition. That's when the Terran says, oh, you're transitioning, and starts to really find a lot of ground. If you can keep up the pressure while also just kind of dipping into that potential, that's where you can find a lot of success. That's when 2 Tempests on the very front line can start to chip away at the Liberators. The Terran can't really go after the Tempest as much, as they are forced through their own chokes. But it is still, that's a perfect scenario. I mean, all it takes is MaxPax adding in 4 Tempests at once, all that supply that's taken up there, all the resources that are taken up there, losing a fight, and then suddenly being on the back heel. So I think he knows how careful it is. Beyond if he's thinking, hey, this guy's not going to go into Tempest, he took so long last time we got into a late game, I can just play this out very slowly but surely. He might be a little disappointed when he sees Tempest on the front lines. We're not quite there yet, because MaxPax is maxed out. Maybe that's why he stopped killing the rocks, too. Interesting. Colossus getting taken down. That last one, basically dead. They have an opening off to the left side. Some Liberators there to stop it. However, they do have that +2 ship weapons. A lot of damage being done on the Protoss army, though. So many High Templars were taken down. EMP'd. Colossus fell. And it's time to retreat. And this is the rub. This is the exact time. Yeah, you lost the supply that you were going to put into the Stargates that you just built. But you did just lose all that supply. And your supply is now in stuff that isn't helping you. Beyond can now kind of breathe a sigh of relief. He has officially pushed the Protoss back away from the chokes and get a little bit more room to concave and maneuver himself. And that should open up a better fight against the carriers, which he now know are on the way. He's also managed to get a little hit squad to the right side. Love the Storm, trying to protect it. It does look like they just matched the middle. I think I'm pretty confident in that now. It's like 5 seconds and maybe twice as much damage. I don't know. Still not as much damage as it was. But I think that probably should have been where they started. Whatever. Like I said, it's actually just a very good sign that they are paying attention and they have such a quick turnaround. Even if their turnaround made no sense whatsoever, they made Storm do less damage and take more time. I would still say, well, they're paying attention. They're actually updating. That's pretty amazing. But obviously, more damage and less time makes a lot more sense. Couple storms going down. Kara's getting involved in the action. Bjorn does have the army to deal with it, but maybe he wasn't quite prepared. Does lose some ground right there. He's got 8 Vikings. He is building 8 more. That is a good amount of production. He also has 3-3 on the air compared to MaxPax's simple 1. No shield upgrades as of yet, but Storm is helpful. Zoning out those Vikings. Very much something you want Storm for. As the Stalkers, they try and do the same thing. The Liberator range will just shred them up. Feedback, sure, but there's a lot of ghosts still left over. Saves the High Templars and the Archon for now. It is going to die. Bjorn has gotten up to 6 bases, plenty of extra command centers too. Scans the corner and sees that their base count's actually pretty similar. MaxPax has quite a healthy mineral bank, but the gas is always a problem. Carry numbers have already been taken down, just at 2 right now. I don't know if they're really helping. Immortal's starting to get taken down as well, or are they? Uh-oh, a lot of Marauders left over, now getting taken down. Ghost not quite having the DPS, but the Liberator is still going strong, and there is no answer to that. As the last couple of weak Immortals get taken down as well. MaxPax is able to rebuild very, very quickly, so he keeps a maxed out supply. But let's check the resources lost. 10,000 now in the hole for MaxPax. So I'm not quite certain that was a good engagement for him. No, it was. I mean, he did lose less army than the Terran did. There is another option for MaxPax here. This isn't quite working. I'm not saying it's totally fruitless what he's doing. I think there is a potential for him to win the fight. But there is another option of how he could play this. And again, going back to the Australia games. Like, the other choice, whenever he does get some positioning in the middle of the map, is to stay there. Like, not be aggressive. Just be defensive. Force the Terran to come over these bridges into him. And then build side defense. It is an option. Bigger maps are harder, but it's definitely not impossible. Nukes have apparently come into play, taking on SAG defense. Then you would use your mothership to recall as well as your Nexus recall to get your mobility should the army move. But maybe that time has already come and gone. MaxPax has lost 2 fights in the middle of the map. This time around, Beyond pushing all the way across with his Liberators is incredibly scary. 1 base falls, but while that base isn't the most important right now, it's more about the domino effect. His Liberators could have gotten closer and closer. MaxPax decides to go for the brave move, and oh, that was a great Artosis pylon. And he decides to go for the attack. Circumvents the army, the Liberator's forced to re-siege, now being used in anti-air mode against the carrier interceptors, which is a play, but not one as dependable as people would like. Sometimes Liberators do kill all the interceptors, sometimes they do not. And it looks like by pushing into Beyond, MaxPax has really put him into a pickle. Beyond not nearly as prepared to take this fight. Storm's just blanketing literally everything, including the air. Most of the bio is gone, but the air is still around. It's not nearly as healthy as it has been. 5 carries left over. Mothership still alive. A couple of High Templars on the field. But we do need more. MaxPax going to warp in so many Zealots. 16 of them getting warped in, hoping to get into every nook and cranny of the Terran base and win this game. He is going to strike while the iron is hot. Beyond is reeling. Beyond cannot replace the units fast enough. His production is very close to being camped as well. Mothership does go down. More reinforcements come on in. Is this going to be the hold for Beyond, or is he going to fall? Looks like the hold has been made. Recall is the decision, as MaxPax is unable to keep on going. That was a good fight for him. If he had a proxy, if he had a warp prism, that could have been, I don't know if it's it exactly, but that could have been 16 Zealots into the planetary, killing them, into the natural, killing them, into the main line, gooping up all the production. And instead, having to wait for them all to come from across the map was just a bit too long. Beyond holds, killed 2 bases while he was at it, kept all of his well, not all of his bases alive, but the third is not very important. And is maxed out yet again. 30 armor supply lead. Moving on into the army. Storms are available. EMPs weren't on them, so that will hold the choke for now. MaxPax has used up almost all of the gas bank that he had. I mean, that was absolutely the worst thing about losing the 2 bases. The bases, oh no, his original 4 bases are out of gas entirely. And then lower on the corner bases. Beyond, meanwhile, pretty happy with the gas count. Resource trade, 14,000, almost 15. Deficit for MaxPax. Gonna try and come in again. You got really great storms in that last battle. I think it's really what made it look so good for him. But it's not always going to happen. I mean, he just kind of found the Terran dropping all their limes, trying to micro every little thing, right? And so the ghosts were depleted, the ghosts had EMP too much, the ghosts had died, whatever happened. The storms were allowed to reign free. And that's not supposed to happen, you know? Beyond should always have 1 EMP, especially if the High Templars are in a hurry and are all types of clumped up to get that EMP, which is exactly what has just happened here. Archon's not nearly as useful. Here comes a Terran army, a lot of it in those Vikings, but there's a lot of carriers in the air. Bio's starting to go down. Archon's doing at least a little bit more damage with their EMP to death. Immortal's helping out. Zealot's on the right side as well. Carrier count starting to fall here. Liberators forced to siege up, but the carriers had already been dealt with. All of the interceptors were gone. The anti-air Liberators did the trick alongside a good, healthy number of Vikings, which are cheaper to produce. Definitely an effect of the patch going down right there. Unless that also changed. MaxPax has established another base, trying to get his corner base up to 63 probes to 63 SCVs, but whoa, all of his reinforcements went into Stalkers. He has not been able to hit Beyond's economy. Again, that third is... it was barely anything when it died. And he needs to. You know, Beyond isn't thriving. Beyond isn't at 10k, 10k. In which case, this would be game over. No way he wins. But Beyond still has more resources than MaxPax. And that's still bad when you are losing the resource trade significantly. If MaxPax had gotten rid of this base 8 minutes ago, this would be such a different looking game. Easier said than done when every base has 2 planetaries protecting it. Stalkers, and more Stalkers apparently. There's very few bio left over. Basically all Vikings. Oops, all Vikings. What the fuck? 30 Vikings? Yeah, 100% Max Pack should stop producing Stargate units. Oh, he's gonna transformation servos! He's gonna make the Vikings transform faster. That's amazing. He's like, my Viking army? It's what I wanted. This wasn't a mistake. This is very intentional. Well, it's a choice. I don't... Whoa, do we really want to make 3 Tempests? Maybe Max Pax is thinking I can kill the Vikings while he thinks they're a ground army, and then I'll surprise him with Tempests? If he can kill every Viking, I'm on board. But that, you know, can he really do that? I don't know. Mobility is certainly a play here, though. I am really happy with Max Pax's decision to go back into Gateway. I mean, there was no other decision. Not when the Viking count was that high, but this is the way to go. Back into Gateway, back into just running around all the bases, trying to find the weak points. The planetary is, unfortunately, a bit too much for Stalkers, even 20 Stalkers to tackle. Not with Mass Repair, not with Liberators protecting them. But other avenues. If Beyond moves away from his natural, the natural and the main are targets. Max Pax barely holding on to an economy. Once again, forced to reestablish that top left corner base. Really the last healthy base on the map. Five Tempests are being deployed right now. He does need something to take out the Liberators. It just... Oh, what a tough game to call. Because with that many Vikings, 24 of them still in play, it'd be so easy to say no Stargate units at all. Never again. But when they're also having to be used on the ground, you're also confusing the Terran. You know, they also have to decide, do I land the Vikings? Do I keep them in the air? Do I kill the air first? The ground first? What am I doing? There's not even that much bio. I'm surprised Stalkers ran away, but... See, I think the ground army of the Protoss absolutely wins against the ground army of the Terran, especially without the Liberators. Like 100%. That's an easy call. Right now, the Stalkers are obviously being individually microed, so the Stalkers alone have to run away from the bio. Both of them accruing a bit of a bank again. Needs to slow down a bit. Tempest dies. The Vikings take a lot of damage. Now down to 18 Vikings. Looks like Max Pax is setting up either a pseudo surround or he's looking for that opening into the natural base. Maybe that is it, or maybe it's a surround. Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Okay, it's kind of the surround. He's bringing the Stalkers in to help out because he is getting pushed. So it's neither, actually. All the Tempests are dead again? No, 3 Tempests remain. I wouldn't mind him trying to use it over here, though. You know, very difficult to think of in the midst of a game. The Stalkers on the backside do find some Liberators pointing the wrong direction. Oh, that is a... Oh, he ran through his own storm. That's what it is. It was EMP plus his own storm. Doing a lot of damage to his own Protoss units. Tempest coming in and immediately dying as well. Stalkers once again on the backside, hoping to find Liberators a little less than defend it. Not quite finding the case, but it is a big surround. Liberators no longer activated in the battle. Vikings forced to land. Supplies dead even. The reinforcements are coming in much faster for the Protoss. Liberators have to re-siege the direction. Takes time to do so. They are focused down while that happened. And it looks like Max Pax does push the Terran army away, but not without his own losses. Both of them still neck and neck on the supply. Back into Tempests. Figures the Vikings will not be coming out. Liberators are being produced. The Tempests are the right call right now. He couldn't know that 100%. But it might be a good assumption that he needs the anti-ground and the Liberators rather than the anti-air. This is a crazy close late game. With the one Zealot helping out here, attacking into an orbital. Max Pax mining from this space feels rich once more, or at least consistent income. Not exactly rich, but feels empowered. But this is a very short adrenaline shot. This is going to be the last mining base, actually 100% in just a minute or two. And that won't be very much. But then again, the Terran also does not have much mining. The Terran has no adrenaline shot left. They are running out of all the bases with no new one coming online. This might be Beyond's last army. It is one that is very Liberator-based. 11 Liberators. The Tempest not quite in the front line. That Bio Army just deleting everything that it comes into contact with, actually. Nothing can really stand up to it. The Storm's trying to stop this. The Probe's forced to evacuate. That base is gone. Beyond might try to actually take it, even for a second or two. Drop all the mules. That is helpful. Liberators, once again, trying to reposition in all the directions. This army fight's getting really, really scrappy. The Storms are gone. The AoE is gone. The Tempest, however, still remain in the skies, taking down some of the Bio. The Mortal's getting awfully weak, and they are starting to get gunned down. They can't retreat nearly as well as the Stalkers, and that might have been too much. Max Pax forced into a corner, not able to micro as he would like, losing all of his High Templars, all of his emergency units, and this might be Bjorn's win after 33 minutes. Max Pax needed that base. He needed a better fight than that, and he was not able to find it. Tempest dying to Liberators. Salt in the wound, honestly. That's gonna be it. Damn close, though. Very, very, very close. GG's. Beyond wins game 1 of the remaining best of 3. Nah, I think the cost and all the details about units and spells and whatnot is available if you're using the default overlay, which no one would use. You win a bitty boost. Thank you, Syncman. Still no updates from Blizzard itself, but that must have been a different storm, right? We all agree on that. All right, someone posts on StarCraft Reddit, and now does a total of 130 damage over around something like 6 seconds against the 80 over 3. Oh, that's its old. Okay. It also seems like Microbial Shroud now requires an... now requires an upgrade. Wait, it already... Didn't it always... Wait. No. I think it used to, though. I swear to God, I remember a Microbial Shroud upgrade icon. Maybe that's what it first had, and then they got rid of it when no one used it. But okay, so Microbial Shroud, I do think it should require an upgrade. It's a very good spell now. It's not the spell that kind of is like a pity spell. So the old High Templar was 80 over 3. Now it's 50 more damage, but over twice the amount of time. I don't know. I actually kind of like it. I kind of agree with the Reddit post. It feels more like a side grade, not a downgrade, on upgrade. It's different. Also, it's not bugged anymore, which I don't know if it affected this matchup. I don't know exactly what the bug was, so I don't know. But anyway, we are into game 2 after 30-something minutes. Game 2, in the bottom, top left, down a game now. It is Max Pax. And on the bottom right, we have Bjorn. I love that Max Pax had some knowledge that Storm was tweaked. I don't know what he did. He didn't really have time to go into unit tester. I mean, maybe he did. It would take a very, very small amount of time. He might have been told by someone, a good buddy. I don't know, but I love that he found out and he was like, I'm going to use it. Because, one, that feels cheeky. You know, just it's like, well, Bjorn probably doesn't know. I'm going to tell this guy. But more so because if Max Pax's weakness right now against Bjorn is more than anything else the late game, Storm is instrumental to that. You know, I was talking about how Max Pax doesn't really use Storm a lot, even before. How it felt like a struggle that Protoss didn't want to use Storm before Overcharge was changed, mid to late game. And I think that's all true, but one thing that they typically did get Storm for was these like really, really late game scenarios to help try and zone out Liberator Viking bio. Doesn't happen often, but yeah. And so yeah, if that's going to be your difficulty, you're going to need Storm. And another reason as to why it shouldn't have been as nerfed as it was, but everyone already knew that. Everyone saw the Storm change and was like, wow, come on. Now the new Storm change, I think, is a way more of an interesting thing. It's not just very clearly not good, or very clearly too good. It could be too good, actually. It does 50 more damage over 3 more seconds. Could be too powerful. Or it could be totally fine and more of a zoning tool. Something that does a good amount of damage. It's but not super bursty. So that theoretically there is still a chance for even lower level players to move out of Storm before it does its complete damage. Now, one thing seems to be certain across all the games played between these two. The one that Max Pax seems to struggle the most with is the late game PvT. And that's true for a lot of Protoss players. I think they are just weaker in that area. SCV is going to die. Is the Adept, though? Not quite. And one more Adept to help against a potential Reaper Hellion squad. It's very important. Excuse me. Shield battery is already on the way. The wall's harder to make on this map, so I'm not sure that's going to happen, but... Shield battery and a Stalker, presumably. There he is. It looks like time is of the essence. Bjorn figuring that he's got the ball rolling by getting that injured Adept. Went after it. Lost the Hellion, though, which... okay. So the Hellions don't 2-shot anymore. It's 3-shot now. But the 3 Reapers are still alive. Shield battery is very helpful, however. The Reapers will just bypass that, go into the main base. I actually really like what Classic does. I feel like it could be an improvement for Max Pax, but obviously he's free to agree or disagree. And that is just a default get the shield batteries in both locations. 5 probes go down, maybe a 6. Yeah, 6 does go down. And if he had defaulted to getting a shield battery in the main, especially after he saw what the opener was, that would have saved him half the probes, at least. Obviously, Max Pax studies Classic. He knows what Classic does. He knows that that's an option. He thinks it's not worth it. Fair enough. So he does lose 6 probes. And that is a good amount of damage for the opener for Bjorn. He doesn't need to worry about the counterattack, as always. You used a lot of your production time on units that are now dead. Bunker's going to finish in the nick of time. Cyclone is just good enough. Usually, if it doesn't die, Jesus, it's going to die. The Adept is absolutely going to go after it. Blink finish too. The Stalker blinked into the main to get the kill. And this tank's going to pop out, so it's okay. For now, the Stalker is going to see a tank and a Banshee. Good information. No research on the tech lab. Warp Prism's coming on over, and it might even be able to save the Stalker. Nah. There's a chance. It's blinking over there, and then picks it up. Oh, well. But the Stalker aggression is going to happen. 3 gateways are available. 3rd Nexus is intended, but Max Pax thinks there might be an opportunity. Ooh, has to drop us a little supply right there. Little mistakey. This tank pops out into death. The first tank is going to live. So that's probably good enough. Banshee adding in that damage as well. One Banshee, literally just one. I like that. I mean, I appreciated the Hyperflight Rotor thing too. Hyperspeed. Did someone double check that? Have I been saying it wrong the entire time? Did it change at some point? I could have sworn it was Hyperflight Rotor, so that was Hyperspeed Rotor. Anyway. Banshee, but not strictly necessary. Banshee goes down. Viking goes down. Tank looking a little susceptible. The second tank is here, and so I'm not as worried. Max Pack still warping in Stalkers. Not going to charge, not going to his forge. Still seeing some opportunity here. The Observer now getting all the insight as well. Sees the army movement, decides to go back into the natural. That tank is vulnerable. That will only cover it so much. Oh, so is that another Blizzard typo? Because they got the Spire wrong. Spire cost wrong. And now they've also left Hyperspeed Rotor, and no one cares because no one ever really calls it by its actual name. I do. I love you enough. 3 SCVs go down. It does seem like the time to deal damage, significant damage, is over. And again, the Stalkers in the War Prism going for the SCVs is pretty much an indicator of that. I find I'm tickled by that. I do think sometimes Max Pax does a little sleight of hand almost, where he's like, oh, I got the 4 Stalkers going after your SCVs. Just a psych! Got your tank. And now you're dead. He sometimes does that. But a lot of the time, you see this starting to go after the SCVs, and you're like, okay, you're getting your charge, you're getting your +1, you're getting your robotics bay. And that is exactly what Max Pax is doing. So the time of near death is over. Beyond has survived. Has he survived well is always the question. Quick check on the resources lost. Apparently not. Protoss should be fairly happy with these results. Not just the units lost themselves, but keep in mind that we're still producing tanks. We're still producing tanks. Not just to replace the ones that are lost up to 2, but we're going up to 4 and perhaps even more. Some of you might know I'm not a big fan of tank style versus Protoss. Just because I think it has more vulnerabilities than it does strengths. 3 I'm okay with, primarily to deal with that mid-game, the early mid-game, the Colossus coming across the map and trying to kill you. But going up to 4, now 5, I would call that very a tank style of TVP. And that I don't like as much. I don't think it's inherently bad. I don't want to say that. I don't want to be so strong about it, so opinionated. But it feels like Protoss have gotten so good about positioning that there's no way the tanks are ever actually protected. They will be surrounded by Zealots, and they are very ineffective against Zealots. This push is a-coming, though. It's one thing that tanks would most likely designate is that, hey, I'm going to push you, and here comes the SCVs as well. Zealots did see that as being slaughtered. Not finding any more damage, but Max Pax pays attention. Did lose a sentry just on a, AI problem. But I think he's figured out it's 2-base attack for some time. He's gonna go in! Wow! Tanks were on siege. Zealots jump on top of everything. Take out 2 of the tanks, but that's enough. Beyond's like, yep, that's too much. I'm just gonna tap out. See you later. There is gonna be a game 3, guys. And then we will know who wins the Monday Night Weekly. Pretty long one as well. Yeah, Sarah's probably golfing. There is a Reddit post by some guy that I was making fun of earlier. Again, he's right twice a day because he's like a broken clock. Anyway, where it's like, they probably should start playing in more A-tier events. Oh, this is an interesting change. Ooh, I like some of these changes. All right, so we're getting more updates, like Showtime's playing, apparently, and then updating in Roddy's chat. And now it's being communicated on this Reddit post. So the Storm was changed. The Microbial Shroud requires an upgrade. Liberator Defender Zone no longer gets vision automatically. So it's like a tank, which I think actually makes a ton of sense. I like that a lot. And the Disruptor is down to 3 supply. Very interesting. I hate Terran, yeah. Alright, tied up 1-1. Top left, Max Pax. Bottom left is Bjorn. Sending out an SCV. Cheeky boy. I guess he likes his proxy racks into potential all-in if they don't scout on this map. No, I mean, I do think Liberators, they kind of have their issue as to why I don't think people, like, are complaining about them being overpowered is that getting to a good number of them is very difficult. If you try to transition to Liberators, you can die. And that happened already in one of their various TVPs that they've played. But if they don't die at that point, and you get to 10 Liberators, I do think that the Terran army is straight up stronger. And this series has validated that opinion. So... But a good kind of clever way of dealing with that is that you still have the strength of that number of Liberators, but you just take away a little bit of their ease of use so that they don't just have the vision. You have to have something that gives them the vision, like a tank. I think that's actually a rather clever change. What's also clever, son of a bitch, is Max Pax remembering this map, remembering that Bjorn proxied on it, probably even saw the hero game as well, sent a probe to scout, saw it, pulled more probes to get the guaranteed kill, and forced Bjorn out of the game. God damn it. Well, there's your recap. Hope you enjoyed that final game. What a game. What a series. That is it. Max Pax wins Game 3, wins both best ofs, and does win a Monday Night Weekly. GG's. All right. I do agree with some people's comments in chat, by the way, that I do think Bjorn does get tilted. Might not be the right word. I think that he has series, especially online, where his desire to play against all odds does not exist. And I think that's actually him maturing a little bit, believe it or not. Some people might look at games like that and be like, well, how immature, he doesn't want to play out the game because something went wrong. Actually, I think it's the opposite. Bjorn has been well known as a guy who plays too much, and he plays too emotionally, as in, like, his, like, emotions are staked in the winning of this game and trying his hardest. And when it comes to these online tournaments, I do feel like him just being like, you know what? Yeah, this won't work. I know that. If this was a best of 7 grand finals at IEM, I would play, but I'm not here. I think that is actually fair. But it does create some moments of dissatisfaction for the viewers, where you're like, here we go! Oh, never mind. Cool. All right, then. GG's. Saving a wrist is worth more in this particular game. Yeah. Yep. And that really was one of the more perfect barracks cancellation timings to support a Terran tapping out. If they cancel it within, let's say, 20 seconds, you'll see them even maybe in an online game. They will play it out. But if it's 30, 40 seconds done, or however long, you know, if it's about halfway done, I shouldn't have guessed the timings of a barracks. I don't know them. Then that's when you're like, this is too awkward. There's no winning here. Well, Max Pax wins. Everyone who thought Max Pax was going to win, congratulations. So next week there won't be a Monday Night Weekly, but in 2 weeks there will be. And if it's still the PTR, I'll definitely cast it. Once we get the official patch notes out by Blizzard, if we get it, I suppose, I will absolutely do a video on it and upload it to my YouTubes. But thanks for watching. That's going to be it for me today. Decently long Monday Night Weekly. I will be back on Wednesday to play more StarCraft Mass Recall. We're in the Zerg Vanilla campaign, Brood War, and StarCraft 2. So check that out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the resubs. Thanks for the bits. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.